back to this, and a little bit of just kind of glad to, you know, finish up the content here as far as wrapping this game up, because I didn't realize like that's the funny thing about this game. The structure of it made it so that I didn't exactly know I was on the finale, or at the very least a credits moment when I reached it. But I can say for certain that that was not a bad thing. I just was caught off guard. But for today, what I'm gonna do is wrap up the final bits of content that I didn't get to, that being the added free DLC stuff from the stream that I did there, which was the one involving the person trying to get supplies to a quarantined group, and there was also a ship building thing that I need to fix up. So yeah, we'll do those. And I think actually I have not checked the boards, the update stuff at all, but I think a third DLC thing came up, or it's already been up, I don't remember, but I figured what would be nice is to just fully wrap up this game and kind of see where we are. I don't mind the stream being a bit shorter than normal if that ends up being the case. It happens, you know. It's the deal. But nonetheless, I wanted to finish this up because I want to see some conclusions that I didn't quite get to yet. And I genuinely enjoy this game and want to keep enjoying it. So, yeah. So as I said, the last time we left off on this, we had talked to the gardener that was in the eye, like in the virtual space of the eye, and had the choice to stay and become something of a part of a collective, to not be restrained to your growing obsolete body, like to your body that will become essentially nothing if not using the stabilizers, even though we found a means to actually create stabilizers now, just like reliably so, in fact, in this garden area. So we did that. We also did some help with a shipbuilding, well, kind of shipbuilding, more like ship maintenance, contract work kind of thing, so that was really cool. And then we did the extra content that was added to the game, not all of it, but a good chunk of it, which involved two people trying to get their ship to be able to bring supplies over to the people who are quarantined up at this section right here. And I realized that I fucked up and did not do some certain parts that would have helped the character that tried the supply run. Point is, a character got captured, and it was a goof on my part, but I am nonetheless curious as to what we'll be seeing in terms of progress with that. But what I want to do first is progress this. Oh, way back here. This. The side rail hull. This, I think, involves the dad and his daughter, because they want to get off world to be able to live sustainably in another colony, because the eye is just not good for either of them. So yeah, I want to finish this one up, because this was a moment that I completely forgot about. It was just completely out of sight for me. So, oops. But yeah. This stream's gonna mostly be very low-key, very calm, as the atmosphere of the game keeps doing, and it's really nice. That's biased from Emphasis Stall. Yeah, I think the sad thing is, when it comes to playing this game, is that after a certain point, when you do, like, get all of the things down, you never really talk to any of the characters again, which is, like, understandable, but also, man, I miss Memphis. Memphis was so cool. Oh! Oh! Oh, wait, there may actually be more content than I thought there would be. Never mind, actually. Hold on now. We can do some... Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the stream will be different. I don't know. Like, I was not expecting to see that. I didn't see the one last job thing. Or maybe I did because there's progress on it, but I didn't think about that. Huh. Well, anyway, let's start that, stabilize ourselves so that we get maximum amount of rolls, and then end the cycle. Alright. Okay, good rolls. Across the rim. And then we've got... Let's help with the progress of the final job thing. Because this can get done literally right now. So, one more cycle and then it'll be a final job thing. Get some extra money. Buy some food from Memphis. Yeah. All right. This progress is going to be really quick because I've had the luck of getting some extremely good rolls in this game, as far as the you know, I've just had a lot of luck involving getting some really good rolls in this game. It's just been a lot of that. I've been getting very lucky with it. Yeah, we did a lot. We also got a Haven Age, like a Haven Age executive to get off the eye because our friend who disabled our tracker managed to, you know, want to get some information leaked out, and that happened, and it worked out well for them. So that's really cool. All right, we've got another roll that we can use. Actually, let's use this to... I've got one stabilizer, but I'd like to get another, if I can help it. And I don't remember what all went into it, because it's been a bit, and a lot happened since the last time we streamed this game, so... Yes, it was these mushrooms. So, we need spores, and then from collect spores. There we go. And these can go there, and then that can get progressed, and then... Alright. And then those just need to germinate. End cycle. Oh, hello. Sleeper. Long time. Moritz is smiling at you when you leave, clearly happy to see you again. Moritz, good to see you. Same. He rubs his head on his jacket. His hands on his jacket. How have you been? Really well. Good to hear it. He looks you up and down. I knew you'd make it work. You're a smart one. He glances around. Hey, look, I'm not down here to chat, though. I know Bliss said she didn't want to take any more big jobs, but she changed her mind, or something. He grins. Because now we have something looking for a refit on their ship in our bay. Or someone looking for a refit of their ship in our bay. You would not believe it. They want their entire ship disarmed, cutting out defense arrays, weapon lockers, ship-to-ship countermeasures, the whole lot. He leans in. We'll be able to start an arms dealership with all the hardware we'll have up there when we're done. Or have up there when we're done. He laughs. Anyway, it's a massive job, and we need some hands. Bliss said to go get you. So come on up. Bliss is waiting on you to accept the job. He pauses. It'll be good to have you up there again. He grins, like old times. All defenses gone? Huh. Let's check that out before we do any rolls. When you enter the bay, it's weirdly quiet. Moritz must be on an errand or something. Out on an errand or something, and maybe Bliss is prepping the kit. Sleeper. Oh, it's Ankita! Oh! Oh no. Whoa! We did her storyline a while ago. Ankita is drifting at one side of the bay. You missed her completely when you came in. The idea of not seeing Ankita when you enter a room when you would have seemed The idea of not seeing Ankita when you entered a room would have seemed unlikely to you several cycles ago, but seeing her without her armor, she seems smaller, less imposing. Ankita. She nods and kicks off from the wall, drifting closer. So what is this? She asks. Come to avenge Ashton or his sleeper? Or just looking for another payout? Her anger is familiar, but quieter than before. Restrained. I don't want to fight you. We resolved our business. Then why are you here? She looks away, and you can tell her anger isn't directed at you in particular. It radiates off her like fire. You better be ready to sign, comes a shout from the bay entrance, because I've got my best repair tech coming up here, especially, and they are going to, yeah, could have done without the especially, but that's fine. Bliss glides in and suddenly stops herself when she sees you and Ankita standing off. Oh, Sleeper, you're already here. Miss Cassetta, this is the tech I was telling you about. Best on the hut. She stops, looking between you two. Wait, do you two know each other? You and Ankita look at each other. We worked together. Bliss squints at you both before continuing, not counting. Wow, I've had a long day, so my brain might be a little fried. Bliss produces a slate. Now, Miss Cassetta, if you'd like to sign our damage waiver here, we can start on the decommissioning. She looks at you. My tech here is eager to get started, as am I. Ankita scrawls her signature across the slate. Thank you. Bliss pauses. And everything's okay with the special payment terms we discussed? She gives Ankita a strange smile. All fine, says Ankita, giving you another hard look. Then she kicks off and drifts to the entrance. I'll be in the gimbal, she says and leaves. Special payment terms? She looks over her glasses at you. Look, Sleeper, there's something I have to tell you. She glances around again. What is she so nervous about? This isn't exactly a typical job. Miss Cassetta, Ankita, she gives you a knowing look, doesn't have the chits to pay us, so we made a special agreement. She sighs. I'm leaving. You're joining a mercenary crew? Don't make me laugh. Ankita's an ex-merc. Why do you think she's getting us to remove all her ship's armaments? Amber. The ship's called Amber. Bliss gives you a funny look. There's some deep history here, huh? She holds up a hand to stop you from answering. Look, all I care is that she's heading for the starboard belt. She looks out of the bay. That's where I'm headed. She turns back to face you. Also, I want to ask, she stops, unsure, if you'd like to come with us. I can't. She interrupts before you answer. I know things have been hard for you on the Eye, and you helped me so much. I asked Ankita if she'd carry two of us, and she said yes. Moritz will take over the bay anyway. Although if you stay, you are welcome to help him run it. I just thought, she sighs, you might be in need of a fresh start as much as I am. She turns away nervously. Think about it. Think about it anyway. The berth is there. We've got to finish the job first anyway. And with that, she kicks away and heads towards the... And with that, she kicks away and heads to the racks before you can offer an answer. Moments later, Moritz enters with a new cutting torch and the disarming of the ambergris. The starward belt. You push your thoughts to the back of your mind. Time to get to work. I mean, no. I feel like the conclusion we've got. I should have done this way earlier, frankly. Alright. Let's get some progress done here. And we've got one more thing that we can do, and then boom, we're done. Could also... That could mean that basically can take care of the ship. Yep. Yep. There we go. Your crew slowly filters out of the shipyard locker room, the bubbling chatter reducing with each group that leaves. There's excitement in the air. Haven H just made an announcement. The assembly teams are done. Sat on the locker room bench, you can feel the side rail out there, its hulking mass now intimately familiar to you. Over the past cycles, you have watched it grow, be assembled. You have walked through its veins and welded its bones. Now it is ready for the final stage. It will go to testing now, then enter a final process of sealing and resealing, checking and rechecking before it is deemed suitable for its generational trip. But for now, your work is done. You can't help but feel proud. A cough interrupts your thoughts. It's Lem, changing out of his work gear. Mina nowhere to be seen. He smiles. She'll be ready soon. Where's Mina? You two are fast friends, huh? She's being watched at home. Now that I'm on the work team, I can afford a bit more help. He corrects himself. Was on the work team, I mean. We are all out of a job now, he quickly adds. Not that I'm complaining. Lem continues to sit beside you on the bench. She's got to be in her best shape when she carries you, Mina, and me out there. So confident? Lem smiles apologetically. Why not? I figure I'm due a luck turn by now. He rubs his hands nervously. No use in wondering what if, until the draw anyway. And if there's a few cycles till then. Lem is right, but the odds seem unlikely anyway. How many are working in the shipyard? Hundreds? 1,000? You've certainly seen more faces than you can count pass through. And there are the Cecil's Foundation even going to keep... Are the Cecil's Foundation even going to keep their promise? Out here on the Eye, you get the sense that no one will hold them to it. Why else would they be building the side reel in the surrogate system? Or in a surrogate system? As you think, Lem watches you with a worried look. How's Mina doing? Lem is surprised by the question, but smiles. She's doing well. She misses having you over, actually. I need to get you two together again soon. Especially now that I won't see you here either. Lem gazes into space. She's pretty stuck on you, actually. She told me the other cycle that she doesn't want to go unless you can come too. He sighs. You ever been in a thunderstorm sleeper? A real big one? Yeah. Right, then you'll know. Lem smiles. The sound, the smell, the rain hammering down, the whole sky stretched out and bruised, roaring and huge. The place I was born, New Pembroke, a dry old rock in a Conway system, had 2 seasons. One of them was as dry as bone, dusty, ugly. The other was one long storm, a side effect of the terraforming efforts, they said. Rain used to rattle off the roofs like bullets. It washed the dust away, turned the streets into rivers. It'd sing us to sleep and wake us in the morning. We'd wait half a year just to see it again. The best day was the one where the first drop fell, or where the first drops fell. He sniffles. Some days I wake up swearing I can hear it again. I was thinking, Mina's never seen a storm, never even felt rain. She's grown up here. The ring, I need to drink some water. Let me try and rehydrate to get this correct. She's grown up here. The ring, her only horizon. Always in the dark. I want to change that for her. You will. Of course. Almost there. Lem stands, stretching. Best get back to the little one anyway. With the shift's done, I reckon she'll be happy to have me home for a few cycles. He shoulders his gear. See you in a few for the draw? Good luck. Don't need it, he grins. Lem leaves, making you the last person in the cavernous locker room. As you sit, you think about rain, and a little hope creeps in. Is it possible? Could the sidereal really take you to a planet, a place with weather, with skies, with life? You get up quickly before you can think about it anymore. It's too soon to hope, too dangerous. There's work to be done. So that's going to take a few cycles to get fully prepared. Well, I mean, also, I guess this is the awkward thing about finishing the story when I did, because I messed up. I think I jumped the gun on a particular bit without realizing. Oops. But yeah, I mean, this is okay, you know? I mean, in the end, I'll get some conclusions, even if it comes across a tad awkward in a narrative sense. Alright. It's not even just that I'm getting lucky with the kinds of rolls I get, it's the kind that work out for me. It's like, I'm waking up with like 4 to 6s a lot, and any times I ever get 3s from my modifiers, it's like, yeah, I'm getting really good rolls. Alright. Well, oh! It hits you like a wave, a white edge breaker roaring inland with the force of the entire ocean. The impact is a screaming brightness, blanking out everything. Behind it is silence. You float in silence, suspended. No, you don't float. You are the silence. It has filled you up. It has emptied you out. You cease to exist. Time passes, though you do not feel it passing. Then something flickers in the silence, and then something moves. That something is you. You open your eyes to a metal ceiling of flickering lights. You feel the floor around you, patting it with shaking hands. You assemble an image of yourself, lying on your back in a corridor. You shake off the silence and sit up. What was that? You glance around, looking for a sign of some change. Damage on the walls, shouts in the distance, fire and fear. Nothing has changed. The silence sits around you like a fog. You try to think, furrowing your brow. How do you think again? It doesn't seem so easy anymore. You force the pathways to light up, the databanks to grant access. You feel like a fraction drive starting up after a long shutdown in cold vacuum. In the silence was negation, a dissociation so absolute that electrons shed their tethers and considered new paths and orbits. All things were possible, but none could be achieved. It was only a moment, but in that moment, time ceased to function. A memory or image comes to you, one from the moments before the wave hit. You squint as you imagine it, trying to cohere its blurry form. A broken skeletal ring, the eye, and then a vast arc approaching it, a razor-edge white curve, the wave. The wave approaches the eye spins, turning each part to face that vast white edge. You recognize their skeletal's data cloud forms. The bright market, the low end, the green weight, the wastes. Then the wave hits just as the flotilla. The cordon turns to face it, and after that everything is silence. You open your eyes again. That is the epicenter. But of what? So some kind of... Was it like a solar wave of some kind? Ah. Right, need to head to Peak. Peak's the character. They, their friend was the one that got captured. But yeah, it just seems like we got a massive wave, like, shutdown. Alright. Yeah. Well, let's do some rolls for Bliss. And then we can get the stuff with Peak handled. Oh, the reroll skill is so busted. I love it. Boom. Ember looks better than she ever has before. Bliss has done an incredible job of cleaning up the hall, and despite the exterior changes being limited, she has the impression of being lighter, somehow sleeker than before. Moritz drifts by. He has been loading up the final equipment onto Amber. Turns out Ankita will be taking her weapons, but packed and ready to sell at the first starboard belt port she hits. And now that Moritz is done, he seems in a kind of daze, floating back and forth aimlessly. You okay, Moritz? What's that? He turns. Oh, right. I had this game on my wish list. I would recommend it, Dresstorm. It's pretty good. A lot of reading, but I do really like the story and the characters that are conveyed in this writing. It's really good, and as you can see, the character portraits in this game are absolutely stellar. You can call me Dre? Okay. Yeah, okay. But yeah, Dre, I'd recommend this game wholeheartedly. This is really good. And the second game got announced too, which is also nice to see. I'm amazed at... I'm just amazed that this game tells so much with using so little. It's really good. A game not to be slept on. I got that. But yeah, I enjoyed this a lot. And in fact, this game and Disco Elysium have helped coin the term lit RPG as far as a term that can describe a game that's very, very, very story-focused, almost to the point of being like a virtual book, but has some kind of gameplay mechanic that ties some things in, but the mechanics themselves are very light. So this would be a lit RPG, or literature RPG. It was a term that I learned this year that just unlocked a... It felt like a skill point unlock in my brain where I was like, oh, wait, that makes sense, you know? Like, you ever have one of those moments where you hear a word that defines a subject really, really well that you could never pin a term down on, and when you hear it, you're like, oh, this changes everything? That. Me learning the term lit RPG finally made me nail this kind of game down. So, yeah. I thought lit RPG meant a really good RPG. It's lit. It could mean that too, but considering that lit also can be short for literature, it's like either or, but either way, whichever you decide, this game's really good. I recommend it. So, what's that? He turns. Oh, right, yeah. Packed and stacked, he smiles a weak smile. Was hoping Miss Cassetta would let me keep a warhead. For what? He shrugs. I don't know, just might be a cool thing to have around. Hey, Sleeper? He looks down. Did you know Bliss was leaving? You understand now. She told him. That's why he's like this. I did. He nods distractedly. She said this place is mine. He looks up around the bay like it is suddenly some vast space he doesn't know what to do with. You'll do a great job. He looks down at you. Hey, thanks. He smiles. I appreciate you saying that. Not many people believed in me before now. First Bliss, then you. A dark look suddenly crosses his face. Hey, Sleeper? There was something Bliss said. He meets your eye. Are you going too? Before he can answer, Ankita glides into the bay, a massive crate on her shoulder. Oh, another thing I had to warn about you, Dre, is, or warn for you, Dre, is that since I am pretty much at this endgame stuff, spoilers. Because this game being very story heavy means that a lot of this stuff can be kind of out of context in terms of spoiling, or a lot of this can end up spoiling the end point of where some characters are. So just a heads up when it comes to that. That's the risk when it comes to playing games that are very like story heavy. So yeah. Before he can answer, Ankita glides into the bay, a massive crate on her shoulder. Sleeper, you coming? Sleeper, you coming or what? Bliss is already on board. She stops by the terminal, holding herself in place. Moritz looks at her with a dazed expression. You look at Ankita. She's keeping it together now. Just want to pop in for a bit. Good luck. Thank you. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Let's see. She's looks together now. She's packed all those bad feelings down someplace where you'll never see them and built a tough foundation on top. She may not be a mercenary anymore. You imagine most people would think twice before trying to cross her. Well, she looks at you. I'm not eager to spend another moment of my time on this station unless I have to. She pauses, looking between you and Moritz. She sighs. I'll give you a minute, and she kicks off with the crate, taking it to the end of the bay, where the Amber sits docked. You look back at Moritz. I'm staying. Moritz looks like he might pass out. Sleeper. Are you sure? Are you going to do this for me? I'm staying for me. Moritz nods. Alright then, you're staying. He grins. Ankita comes back across the bay, the final crate stowed. You staying then, Sleeper? I'm staying. She nods. Well, okay then. One less mouth to feed. She pauses. Look, Sleeper, I'm not going to go back over everything that happened. She sighs. I'm trying to put that behind me. But I hope you find what you're looking for here. She smiles and kicks off gliding to Ambergris and the starboard belt beyond. You both watch in silence as Amber's drives fire up. I guess this is our place now, says Moritz, the weight of everything suddenly hitting him. Your place? He smiles. Okay, but I'll need some help from time to time. You both stay for a while to watch Amber and Bliss and Ankita leave, and then Moritz goes to the racks to finally implement a new organizational system, and you head out, promising to be back to check on things soon. As you glide across the soft curve of the hub, you catch glimpses of the distant stars flickering through the windows. They're beautiful, it's true, but now you think of them as distractions. In your time on the Eye, you've realized there's nothing out there waiting for you. No fresh stars, no bright futures, just a whole load of problems you haven't found yet. No, your place is here, among the people you know and the problems you know. You wish Ankita and Bliss the best of luck out in the belt. But as you do, you focus on the eye, on the vast spinning rim that rotates around its hub, on its buildings and flashing lights, on its people and places. This is your home, and for now, it contains all the futures you need. Ooh, that was a good line. Oh, another roll credits. Wow. That was another roll credits. I was not expecting to run into another. Huh. Well, it seems like there's just 3 other kinds of endings that you can get to this game, which, you know what? This was another good one. Again, like the character writing in this has all just been really, really stellar. You know, from start to finish, I've enjoyed all of the characters in terms of how their writing goes. And it makes me very excited to see what the second game's going to be about, because the second game makes it seem like... I only saw the trailer once, and I may look at it again just to sort of get an idea as to what I'll be looking at, but I would like to... I imagine it's like you're running from someone, because the trailer showed a guy that was cornering a sleeper, and suddenly you were able to make an escape. So I'm very curious as to what the tone of that story is going to be versus this, because this story feels like you've already escaped and you're just trying to survive after, you know, a really horrible event, and you're just surviving. Like, it's a story of survival and the daily sort of cycles that you go through and the people you encounter, whereas the second game might be a bit more focused or something. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. Next round is yours. Moritz arrives at the table with a couple of steel drink canisters, typical of the hub's only bar, the Gimbal Lounge. He settles into the webbing beside the table and clunks them down onto the magnetic table. This place, you've decided, is ridiculous. A rapidly spinning cavernous sphere that gimbals... A rapidly spinning cavernous sphere that gimbals weak gravity, just like the gravity at the eye's rim, is created by its gut-wrenching rotation. The interior surface of the sphere is the gimbal's floor, which descends towards the equator, where one long bar loops around the entire circumference. A zero-gravity bar. Like a rotating zero-gravity bar. A rapidly spinning cavernous sphere. Sphere, not spear. Wow, I can't fucking talk today. Huh. Tumbling out from that central ring are an array of booths and seating arrangements equipped with all kinds of harnesses and webbing to keep customers in place. Those harnesses are there because the gimbal doesn't quite spin up fast enough, and you watch as the clientele bounce towards the bar in lazy arcs, or shift from table to table with graceful leaps. "What are you thinking?" asks Moritz, noticing you stare out into the gimbal. "How weird this place is." Moritz glances around as if for the first time. "Yeah, Bliss never used to like coming here." Moritz takes a drink and stretches. "So, Sleeper, you sticking around?" "I have things to take care of." Moritz nods. "Yeah, thought you might." Moritz rubs the back of his head. "One cycle at a time, that's how we'll take it. Nice and easy." You aren't sure if he's talking to himself or you. "We'll make it." He lifts his drink for a toast. "To the next cycle," he pronounces and knocks it back. Later, when you finally leave the gimbal, Moritz is laughing. You help him out of the spinning gimbal and back to the hub, sending him on his way home to the bay. Then you pause for a moment to watch the stars as they spin and spin around the eye. You smile to yourself and think of Bliss and Ankita out there somewhere among those points of light. To the next cycle. So a new location. Huh. Well, let's go buy a meal from Emphas, because Emphas is my guy. He's the cool guy. Buy this up. And then we've still got a couple cycles. We've still got a number of cycles before we have to do this ship stuff. But before we do our next cycle, I did not mean to hit leave. I don't really need to roll for much more. It's like that's the thing, is that due to me completing all the objectives, my rolls are just gonna stack indefinitely. Alright. So last we saw Peak, they were in some distress as their friend were trying to get supplies to this flotilla out here and failed and got captured. Mostly because I completely forgot to research the flotilla's defenses. Yeah. Even before you reach the cordon, the damage is obvious. The blinking red lights, the drones, the tugs are all gone. Half of the cordon's frame has been shorn away, perhaps through the impact of some falling ship or failing ship. People push past you in the corridor, both Haven Age staff and contractors, clearing the cordon. Push forward. You push through the flow of people, and despite a few suspicious looks, they offer no resistance. The further you pass into the cordon, the less people you see. You can see a few sections have been closed off, their bulkhead doors sealed and red warning lights punctuating the corridors. But otherwise, most areas seem functional. Suddenly, you feel a hand on your shoulder. Haven Age Security? Haven Age Security? Not Heaven. Haven Age Security? You should have known better than to wander in this place. You brace yourself as you turn. Sleeper! Peak's wide eyes greet you as they turn. Peak's wide eyes greet you as you turn. The cordon! They glance around, panicked. It's gone down! The Briar and Esh are still in there. Do you think she did this? Or perhaps Haven Age messed up? They start pulling you towards the edge of the cordon. We should find her. What if... Calm down. It wasn't her or Haven Age. Peak stops. What are you saying? Something hit the station. Peak looks incredulous. Hit? Sleeper, we'd all be dead if that was the case. They pause to think. Maybe not an object, but a shockwave? A signal? An EMP? An EMP would have taken out most of the station, but... Peak runs a hand through their hair. I don't know what you're saying, Sleeper. That doesn't sound... They look away down the corridor for a moment. Look, I have to find Esh. I'm sure you felt something, but we can talk about that later. They set off down the corridor. I can't sit around talking any longer. Find me on the flotilla. I'm going to find a way to Esh no matter what. With that, they rush away into the depths of the cordon, leaving you behind. Seems like you'll need to follow if you want to get any answers. Alright. So yeah, some kind of EMP did smack the eye that made it some kind of EMP did hit the eye, or some kind of wave, because it made the sleeper just completely conk out for a while, like almost comatose. Ooh, rolls. Flotilla's friend condition. Okay. But yeah, something smacked the flotilla, and now it's like, yeah, yeah, just a weird signal, or maybe one of them solar flares. All right. So yeah, this is probably the third episode content that recently got added, and I think it was recent because when I saw like the Steam updates thing, like, you know when you open up Steam Launcher and you get like that little cycle and you get that like news bar or cycle. God, I'm in web dev. I should have the term for this, but it's like the scroll of news that shows up for the game in question that you're looking at. Yeah, this game showed like August 10th, episode 3, and I'm like, oh, okay, then there was another bit of content that was on the way. So, yeah, here we are. Alright, now, let's get this done. Yeah, this is also going to be a quick one for me because I, again, have a ton of really high rolls. The game has been very generous to me. Okay. Soul. Alright, peak. As you walk into the bay of the climbing briar, the familiarity of the space overcomes any trepidation. It feels good to be back, and the return feels earned, especially after all the work it took to figure out a route through the flotilla's jumble of ships that might lead you to this blue streak. You see Ash and Peak immediately, sitting at the back of the bay, deep in conversation. Their closeness causes you to stop, suddenly aware that you might be interrupting something private. Peak is explaining something forcefully as Ash stares out into the middle distance, hunched over. She suddenly spots you. Sleeper, Ash nods. Didn't quite turn out like we hoped, right? Peak stops and glances between the two of you, the tension rising. I'm sorry. Ash waves your apology away. None of that. We all had our part to play. Peak looks nervous. It has worked out. They appeal to you. The flux event knocked the entire cordon system offline. The flotilla is free and Haven Age are backing off. The flux event? That's what the refugees are calling it, Peak explains. Apparently, that's what they called it when it started happening around Ember. What exactly is happening? Hard to tell. It's some kind of disruptive wave that only affects electrical systems. Peak chips in. Typically, systems are screened against radiation and interference, but this seems to be dulled, but not stopped by those defenses. The crisis continues, Ash sighs. The cordon may be down, but this brings a whole other set of problems. You should tell them, Ash. Peak glances at her. Please. Ash doesn't respond. Tell you what? You stare back at her, waiting for a response. Please, Ash, they've shown they can be Haven't they shown they can be trusted? Peak nods towards you. Ash turns, her arms folded tightly across her chest. She goes to start and then stops. You can see the anger in her eyes, but you realize it is not directed at you or anyone else. She's angry with herself. I brought weapons to the flotilla. She pauses, and now Haven Age has them. You suddenly remember the sleek crates that were tucked into the bay, marked with a yellow sigil. The ones Ash told you were just supplies. What were you thinking? I was thinking that if the cordon wasn't going to be lifted, the refugees would need something to change that. She stares at you defiantly. Would you rather they just stayed quiet and died like good citizens? We hope that they will keep them safe. But given recent events, Pete glances nervously at Ash. We aren't so sure that Haven Age is the right place for the weapons to be. I wouldn't put it past them to use them to take the cordon back by force, Ash glares. They are scared and losing control. In my experience, that's when institutions do dangerous things. Whether that's true, we can't do anything about it right now. Ash. Short of marching into the yards and at the other end of the eye and taking them back. Ash looks like that is exactly what she would like to do. Peak smiles nervously. Plus, we have other things to be getting on with. I want you to understand the flux, Sleeper. To study it. Peak's eyes light up. This thing is changing the entire system, causing problems across the inner system, driving refugees off Ember's moons, and now it's here. If we don't do something about it, Peak pauses. It's a problem for all of us. I can see more immediate problems, Ash sniffs. Peak ignores her. I've been looking at the networks, and when the flux event hit, it changed things. It shuffled systems, corrupted nodes, and broke open data stores. They take out a slate and show you a flickering polygon. Some of these fluxed nodes have appeared near the epicenter of the event, but I can't get access. You, however, I saw the way you worked with data when we were preparing for the run. I think you can get into these things. I want you to find a fluxed node and bring me anything you can extract. They come and go, but most can be found in the barely functioning networks of the wastes. Peak pauses. Start there. Perhaps together we can find something that might point us to what the flux is, and where it comes from. Sure. They smile. I knew you'd agree. Ash looks indignant. Don't waste too much time chasing ghosts, Sleeper. There are people on this flotilla that need any help they can get. I'm sure Sleeper can do both, Ash. Peak smiles at you. I'll see you here when you have something. Good hunting. And they wave you out as Ash stomps away to make plans of her own. Okay, so I need to find... So I guess I'm not entirely done with the data finding. Well, good thing I got rid of the hunters. Sorry, I was drinking some water. That's the caveat with this game. A lot of reading means you get dehydrated pretty fast. Right, Soul. Someone told me I should be thanking you. A voice comes from behind you, cutting through the chaos of the crowded cavernous bay. You freeze. Don't be afraid now. I've been hunting you, sure, but for all the best reasons. You turn to see bright eyes set in a rough face framed in rusted metal. Yo! Look at this art! Soul. He holds out his hand, the other clamped firmly around a knotted wooden cane. Shake his hand. He grips you firmly with a heavy and calloused hand. Forgive me. As soon as I saw you, I knew you were here. As soon as I saw you, I knew who you were. Soul puts a hand on your shoulder. I've been told a Sleeper was part of the crew that organized the supply run attempt approach several cycles ago. He pauses. A brave plan. No one was more sorry than me to see it thwarted. Walk with me, Sleeper. Soul sets off through the bay, his partial suit hissing and creaking as it helps him carry through the busy crowds. You notice people making way for you in Soul, standing back and letting you pass. As you pass down the corridors, you see people everywhere, resting against walls, squatting or crates cooking. Squatting or crates, cooking, sleeping, watching you pass. The atmosphere is overwhelming. Food's been scarce these past cycles, Soul admits. We do what we can with the stores and what we can grow on the ships, but it's a downward slope. Soul leads you out of the larger bay into a corridor lined with storage rooms that are now serving as dorms. You see someone filling a metal container. Filling a metal container from a standpipe. The water eventually dribbling out. Soul nods to the person as he passes, but they don't look up. Their eyes are sunken and dark. Just a little further now. Soul leads you into a freight elevator and whistles to some unseen operator to start it up. The elevator jerks to life. If Haven Age were expecting an let me read before I actually speak. Okay. The elevator jerks to life. If Haven Age were expecting an exodus from the flotilla, the flux event has put a stop to that. Soul stretches. Some have crossed to the eye, but many just to gather salvage or score a hot meal. So the pressure on our supplies is starting to shrink cycle by cycle, but not like I'd hoped. With the flux reaching all the way out here, people are starting to understand that our journey might not be over. Soul stares grimly ahead. As Soul talks, and as you pass through the layers of the ship, you see people on every level, supplies crammed into every available space. The ship itself looks like it's been bending under the strain, its hull's creaking, its walls its wall panels pulled away for scrap, leaving the raw frames beneath. Suddenly, the freight elevator screeches to a halt, and Sol leads you slowly out into a wide room of chairs and terminals, ringed by a mezzanine. Mezzanine? I think that's how you pronounce that. Mezzanine with a glass roof above showing the distant hub, and the far curve of the eye beyond. The people and the terminals nod to him as he enters. This is your ship. Is your ship? Sol nods. That's right. The Pilgrim Seed is mine to care for. He leads you up to a railed platform at the center of the room and stops. She chose me, so to speak. Well, at least her crew did. And I do my best to serve them. Sol looks around the bridge of the ship and a pained expression on his face. I'll admit that the responsibility isn't one that suits me. Though we rarely get to choose such things. He glances back at you. But you, Sleeper, from what I understand, you chose to try to help us here. Is that right? I did my best to. Sol nods silently. But I have to ask you, Sleeper, why are you here now? Sol leans back and you feel his eyes on you, assessing you. The Flux event. I appreciate the honesty. I had figured as much. Sol flexes the shoulder that is free of the suit. Looking at you now, I can see that an event like that, it would have had a big. I can see that an event like that, it would have had a big impact. He smiles a half smile. I have thousands of people here on the Pilgrim Seed, Sleeper, and there's thousands more out in the flotilla. He leans against a railing. A lot of them are looking to me to provide some future for them, some path out of this dead end we've got into. And this very cycle, the thing we've been running away from, it just caught up with us. So these people are scared, Sleeper, and they are looking for me for reassurance. And then on the same cycle, someone tells me they see you on board, a Sleeper. The same Sleeper, they reckon, that wanted so strongly to send a ship past the cordon to see us. Sol scratches at his beard. So the first thing I wanted to do was thank you for that. For your interest. He pauses. But the second thing I wanted to do was find out what you want from us. The Sol suit hisses and creaks. I think that's fair, don't you? Sol takes a deep breath. So what is it? Tell me about the Flux. What's happening around Ember? Someone at the terminal calls out to Sol and he shouts some orders back. He turns to you. Apologies. He smiles that half smile. I tell you what, Sleeper. Let's you and me make a deal. You want information. I understand that. But I have a list of needs longer than the rim of the eye itself. He grimaces. So you do some things for me, and then we talk about what's been happening in the system. And I will answer all your questions and then some. I may be the captain of the Pilgrim Seed, and she is certainly the biggest ship in this flotilla, but I'm not the only captain here. We have ships from each of the moons. We have ships here from each of the moons. We're from Ember's Hearth. We are from Ember's Hearth, but there's others from Ember's Song and even Ember's Step. The moons have been at each other's throats, Sleeper. What with the pressure of the Flux, the bad blood from the old days. Sol leans in. We aren't exactly all in alignment. What I need is a way to stop things escalating, for the crews on these ships and their captains to feel happy and comfortable enough to forget old rivalries and past crimes. He flinches at something. Those from Ember's Step, well, they've always been proud, but that pride seems to be a barrier to compromise right now. The last set of supplies I sent their way, they refused. Meanwhile, I have a supply shuttle that's at the docking access the Ember Song ships gather at, but they have taken far too many cycles to unload. Maybe if you are heading that way, you could look in on them. I'm no politician, Sleeper, but if I don't... Sol stops. He leans back and flexes, his suit screeching. He groans a little, and you see the weight of the flotilla sitting on his shoulders. The suit the only thing keeping him vertical beneath all that pressure. Look, you'll see yourself if you go. You see for yourself if you go. Meet the others, Sleeper. See what they need. Keep them aligned. He speaks through the pain, his voice clipped. You alright? Not really, but as long as this thing holds, he grimaces. I hope. He grits his teeth. You are what you appear to be, Sleeper. He smiles his half smile despite the pain, because I'm not sure I can take any more bad news. Plus, there's plenty to be done here on the Pilgrim Seed, too. If you have a moment to pitch in, there's never enough around here. That's something I've learned the hard way. Soul settles onto his cane, the pain visibly receding. Alright, I have 1,000 things to attend to now. Sleeper? 1,000 things to attend to now, Sleeper. So you'll have to find your own way out. With that, Soul sits at his terminal with slow and careful movements. You head back down the freight elevator, and as you do, you see again the layers and layers of chaotic life this vessel and all the vessels of the flotilla hold. Okay. I see. Well, before I continue, I'm gonna go get my water bottle refilled, because I've been messing up on my reading a lot, and that can be attributed purely to my hydration levels. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. But now I have a full water bottle, and we can get back to the action, as it were. So, I re-rolled, and we have another character that we can talk to. A refugee. It's a strange sight, given your time spent in the Greenway, to see a greenhouse choked in red dust. It piles up along edges, gathers its curving waves, and is carried by some unseen wind to whirl in front of the glass ceiling. It is a desert in a miniature, a captured landscape of iron-rich sediment and unseen life. Beautiful, isn't it? The remark comes from another figure standing at the viewing window, so quietly you hadn't noticed them. Did they just arrive, or were they here before you were? Their cloth-swaddled form reveals little. It looks dead. The figure laughs. It is far from dead. You catch a glimpse of a pale face among the thick material, dark eyes glittering in red reflected light. Yo-ho! God, the character art in this game is so good. Oh, rich and detailed. I love this. They turn to you as the dust swirls. Aki, they smile a tight smile. You're not from the flotilla, am I right? I live on the Eye. But that is not where you are from. She stares into the greenhouse. Everyone is from somewhere, whether they wish to be or not. The red dust glitters in her eyes, whether it is a good place to be from or not. Aki gathers her cloak around her shoulders against the cold. What brings you to the wind's long shadow? Wind's long shadow? This ship. Aki looks at you curiously. Do you often wander around ships you don't know the name of? You are a strange one. Aki raises an eyebrow. I don't know whether to report you or send you back to where you came from. She smiles to herself, which is nowhere at all. You glance around the empty corridor, suddenly aware of how quiet it is on the ship. Unlike the other ships you've been on the flotilla, there is a silent order to the wind's long shadow. And in this moment, it feels unsettling. What happened here? Aki squints. That is a broad question, and I am not in the mood to recount the history of this ship, or step. Step? Aki turns away, irritated, eager to change the subject. You hear a creak as the set of shutters slowly begin to close across the glass ceiling of the greenhouse. As you watch, you feel the dissonance this place has with that word. There's nothing green here. A dust house, perhaps. It takes many systems to preserve this landscape, Aki begins. To simulate the wind, cycle the dust, layer the sand and dirt beneath. You watch the dust swirling. Systems that are failing. The flux event, Aki glances at you for a sign of recognition at this term, is eroding our ability to keep this place alive, to keep these traces of step alive. She smiles to herself. Which is ironic, because when we left step, the flux had eroded our ability to survive on the moon. Now the situation is reversed. Away from the moon, its ecosystems are as fragile as we were living upon it. Something catches your eye as the shutters darken the dust house. The winds picking away at the dunes begin to reveal something. A web. A network of thick branching forms, and then they close completely, and you see nothing in the dark. Soft blue lights flicker on in the corridor, uplighting Aki in the cold cyan. You have piqued my curiosity, but I'm so tired. Aki shivers. If you do not have a purpose here on the ship, I recommend finding one. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll need to leave. Make yourself useful, and perhaps we will get another chance to talk. She turns. I would like that. With that, Aki pads away along the corridor. You stand for a moment in the dark. You stand for a moment in front of the dark dust house, trying to imagine the network of roots under the sand and dust, and then trying to imagine the moon that once housed them. Okay. So I'm guessing the step was probably a desert moon of some kind. So, help repair the systems. Okay. Well, I know what I can end up spending a ton of rolls on. This may actually be a fuller stream than I thought it would be. Not unpleasant. Not an unpleasant discovery. Because I like this game and I like playing it. Alright. I'm gonna check real fast if the ship is close to done. I know one of the things for the cycles is nearly done. Yep. The crowds have already gathered by the time you get to the shipyard, and you recognize faces among them, people you have worked alongside on the side reel. The intervening cycles have turned their excitement into anxiety, and few of them and few of them smile at you. Instead, the nervous energy of the crowd fills the space, creating a feedback loop of growing tension. You pick out Lem and Mina and you work your way over to them, pushing through the crowd. He silently raises his eyebrows at you, his anxiety obvious, but Mina flashes you a huge smile, unaware of the tension. "Robot!" she shouts, reaching out to you. "Hi, Mina." She waves frantically, grinning. Quite the turnout, huh? Lem glances around, pulling Mina close. "I don't think patience is one of this crowd's strengths." The sound of an argument towards the back catches your and Lem's attention. He is putting it lightly. This place seems set to explode. This isn't good. Lem doesn't dare answer, but the look in his eyes suggests he agrees. "This is Aster Enghart of Cecil's Foundation." The announcement echoes from the speakers at the shipyard entrance, and shouts of "Quiet!" rapidly follow. "I'm sorry I can't be there to meet you all, and thank you on behalf of Sandre Cecils for the work you have done on the Sidereal Horizon." Most of the crowd strains to see Aster's face, but the small display shows only a ghostly white figure smudged and unclear. "Sandre wanted me to pass on her personal thanks to your commitment and belief in the Cecil's Foundation mission. We chose the Eye for this project because we knew we would find like-minded individuals here, especially among the ranks of the venerable Haven Age Association. Unlike most of the Corps, we neither believe Erlin's Eye to be a threat or a rogue state, but instead an embryo for the formation of new, decentralized social structure, one where each citizen might be the master of their own destiny." A ripple of impatience runs through the crowd. They didn't come here for a sermon. "You are all pioneers, just like those core citizens who the Sidereal Horizon will carry, in cryosleep, to the planet that will become the Foundation's first frontier worlds, Cecil's One." At mention of the destination world, excited conversations break out among the workers. "There, our citizens will be able to create their own innovative bottom-up economic order, aligned with the principles set down by Sandre Cecils herself. Freedom, resilience, and self-sustenance. This is all thanks to your tireless efforts in the Haven Age yards. As a reward for those efforts, you may know that we are offering a select group the opportunity to join the caretakers of this vision, the staff of the Sidereal Horizon who will maintain the vessel during this multi-decade transit through interstellar space." Lem turns to you, his eyes bright. "This is it." "This draw has been performed at random by the central AIs of the Foundation, and is final and binding. Please note, only licensed contractors of the Foundation are eligible for this draw. I know you have been eagerly awaiting this day, and without further delay, I will now read the Cecil's identification numbers of those chosen for this great honor." The murmur runs through the crowd. Cecil's identification numbers? Licensed contractors? You have never heard the term mentioned. Is this something you were supposed to be assigned? You glance at Lem, but his eyes are fixed forward, wide and shimmering. All around you, people are speaking in hushed tones, like a rising wave. Aster starts reading out sequences of numbers and letters, and panic begins to set in. No one seems to know what is happening. Somewhere near the front of the crowd, someone shouts in celebration, and everyone pushes forward. "Lem?" You turn to see Lem staring forward. Mina is scared now, as the shouts start. "Daddy?" Someone throws something at the entrance, and it rattles against the shipyard doors. You see, for the first time, Haven Age security stood on either side, scared, arguing between themselves. You feel the anger rising in the crowd. "Lem, let's go." He doesn't move. They might call out names. I can't." Mina tugs at his dog tags. "It's not happening." Lem blinks rapidly and then turns to you. He opens and closes his mouth and looks down at Mina. He sees fear in her eyes and understands. It's time to go. You lead Lem and Mina out, shoving people aside. As you do, you hear the sound of scuffles emerging at the front of the crowd, of metal canisters bouncing off the shipyard walls. You keep your head You keep your head down and walk away, the sound of Aster reading off ciphers echoing above the chaos like some strange mantra. When you turn to Lem, there are tears. There are tear tracks running down his cheeks, and Mina is sniffling into his jacket. You feel the sadness rising in you too. They screwed you. Screwed all of you. You were never even on the list. The feeling is as unpleasant as it is familiar. You stare ahead into the tunnel as the security sirens sound out a signal for the coming violence. Oh. Oh no. So it wasn't that simple. Oh man. That's fucking awful. Like the people were wanting just to learn about their results if they were going to be in on the ship or not, but they started reading out designations that just did not sound like what they needed to hear, or they just, yeah, as they said, they screwed over the workers. That's awful. Jesus. God, what's gonna happen now? Cause I mean, I imagine the designations are supposed to be given, but it's like the equivalent of like, oh, I'm supposed to be getting the results for an exam that I did, but it's like a really confusing process to get to it, and you're just like, pass or fail, motherfucker, did it happen? All right. Let's take a look at this. Flux node. Ah, not quite. I can't do that. Unless I re-roll. I'll re-roll the 2. I want to spend the 4s on the different areas of here. Let's help out with that. Ooh, yeah, I could get some mushrooms. Oh, the mushrooms will be tied in too. Oh, wait. We may have a lot more content than I thought. All right. Hey, sure enough. I don't need to do anything there. Start action. Stability in the flotilla means relieving the pressure of the refugees. Okay. And then re-roll. I somehow rolled worse. Oops. Huh. Oops. Well, here's an idea. Do that. Not quite Griol, but that's fine. Alright, let's sleep. Okay. Now we got a 5. So... Man, poor Lemon Mina. Yeah, might as well go ahead and grab the node. There we go. Flux data. And then can help out a bit on the Pilgrim Sheet. Oh. Or help out a bit with make myself useful. I keep hitting wrong things. There. Reroll A. Alright, before we do the last roll, let's give the data to Peak. See what they say. Sleeper, come look at this. Peak is poring over some of the displays of the makeshift decoding suite they have set up in the Climbing Briar's cargo bay. On the screen, a clump of data pathways, like an ingrown root ball, has started to untangle. This is an existing node, corrupted by the flux event. It's totally twisted up. They glance at you to check if you are listening. But inside, you watch as the unwinding pathways lead behind patterns of negative space, like shadows staying behind despite their caster leaving. It is a whole other data set. Peak's eyes shine bright in the pale screen light. The flux event somehow seeds this data deep into the gaps in the node, wrapping them around it. What's in there? Not sure, Peak frowns. It isn't being very cooperative. You watch the screen, the pattern of shadows becoming obvious now as each layer of pathways is pulled away. The flux event itself really did a number on the unprotected nodes like this one. Most of the eye systems are screening against radiation and interference, but these exposed nodes... Peak makes a ripping motion with their hands, torn apart. Peak points to a thick tangle of threads on the screen. Look here. It looks like it's been tangled purposefully, but it's actually that all the points within the node have been randomly rearranged. It's as if the node was a bag of ball bearings and the flux shook them. The pathways tried to account for the rearrangement once the system came back on, hence the tangle. Peak pauses at the node as the node continues to unwind. Although, Peak muses, it was less like shaking a bag of ball bearings and more like making them all simultaneously occupy a superstition of every possible position in the bag before locking them back into a new configuration. They smile sheepishly, but that's a technicality. Does any of this help us? For now, not especially. It explains the damage flux does to systems, but the method is an exotic one. Peak runs a hand through their hair. What we need to know is what is causing it. Where is it coming from? Peak turns away from the screen, meeting your eye. And there's something else. They pause. Have you spoken with the refugees? A little. Peak lowers their voice instinctively. What they're reporting, massive system failures, cascading collapses of life support, of terraforming resystems, total data corruption. Peak swallows. The flux shouldn't do that. It can fundamentally rearrange the structure of systems, especially those poorly shielded. But totally collapsing heavy-duty industrial systems, fail-safes and all, that doesn't make sense. Those kinds of systems are built for deep space, for solar flares and radiation. The flux might penetrate them, but not any reconfiguration should have been repairable. Peak looks back at the screen, where the decoding node lies almost fully open. A shadow pattern of negative space that exists within its scrambled interior darkens the screen, like a set of bruises showing the pattern of the object that made them. I need to look into something. I have an idea of what might be causing this wave, triggering the flux, but I need time to research it. What is it? Peak frowns. I don't want to say for now. Not until I'm sure. If you need something to do, the flotilla could surely do with the help. From what I heard from Esh, things are tense there. Where is Esh? Pete glances around the bay. Must be out. I've been focusing on this, so I can't say I've noticed. Although the quiet is nice. They smile. Give me some time, sleeper. Pete turns to their console. I have some answers. I'll have some answers soon. Soon enough, I hope. You take one last glance at the uncoiling note as you leave. The dark shapes it leaves behind somehow troubling. You try to shake them from your mind. There are things to be done elsewhere. Let's do this. Oof. Alright, let's go get some food from Memphis. But yeah, I didn't expect the third episode of content to be this heavy, I guess. And plus I still have the things remaining with the ship. Yeah, I apologize for fumbling on a bunch of words. I haven't really had to. I haven't played this game in a hot minute, and having to do all that reading, do all this kind of reading again. I had to remember to stay hydrated, and then there's also a lot of terms that kind of jumble together. Okay, now. Let's go sleep. Let's see what our rolls give. Okay, not bad. How about we take some mushrooms? There we go. But they're not the kind of mushrooms I need for the thing. Lovely. So what I need to do now, I'm gonna check on. It was one more cycle for Lemon Mina, right? Yes. And then it was also one more cycle for this. I feel like I ought to follow up on Lemon Mina's situation before anything else. So let's do this last supply. Let's actually first. I'd like to do that. Boom. And then we can get this done. There's a loose crowd around the supplies you have unloaded, and a tense mood brewing among them. You sit nearby on the edge of the shuttle's docking tunnel, resting. Further away, crews from Ember Song continue their lives as usual, coming and going, trading, discussing. There's a quiet efficiency to the hub, set up as a common space for the sprawl of small ships from Ember Song that are part of the flotilla. Unlike Hearth or Steppe, there's no one capital ship for this moon's refugees, just a mess of individuals traveling in concert. We told Hearth we didn't want their scraps. The jeering voice comes out from the small crowd nearby. Again, just awesome art. You turn to see a gaunt, pale man wearing the industrial work gear you have seen many in this. You have seen many of the Song refugees wearing. You hear me? These supplies are to help. He smirks. Oh, how noble of you, coming out here to help us singers. There is a rumble of anger around the crowd. We agreed to join the flotilla for joint protection. We did not agree to Ember Hearth using the flotilla to secure their control of the moons. You realize Peter is addressing the crowd as much as he is addressing you. With the cordon down, our crews are more than able to acquire what is needed from the Eye, what is owed as restitution for keeping us restrained. He pats one of the crates you unloaded. What we need, we will take. Sol wants to cooperate. Sol is a farmer. Even the people of Song know he was simply the sole survivor of Hearth's leadership. His authority means nothing. Peter looks around at the crowd. Hearth thinks they can buy us, but we remember the past. A rumble of agreement runs through the crowd. He smiles at them. Take the supplies if you wish, of course. We are not wasteful. Sorry, I got like a spam message. Really weird spam message. Peter approaches you directly. The crowd tentatively moves forward, and by the time he reaches you, they are already dragging away crates and distributing the contents. I'm not one for shooting the messenger, Sleeper, says Peter as he approaches, but we cannot concede to Hearth here, not for a moment. I don't understand. I can see that. Peter sits beside you on the docking tunnel's lip. What was your plan, Sleeper? Unload the supplies and wait for someone to start throwing them back at you? He nods at the crowd rifling through the crates, because that's what's about to happen. Not sure about that. Peter shrugs. What do you think happened to the crew of this shuttle? He shakes his head. He shakes his head. They were chased out of this place. Why do you hate... Wait. What's happening? We are maintaining our independence, he smiles. Do you know anything about Ember's moon, Sleeper? Or were you planning to wander into the flotilla totally blind, an objective outsider offering to help? He rolls his eyes. Educate me then. He smiles. It would be my pleasure. Hold on, I hear a knocking. I'm gonna go check something real quick. Okay, it was apparently somebody in my house turned on the printer to use, and it was the printer I was hearing. So it was weird. Printer make weird noise when at distance. Anyway, let's hydrate and then get educated by Peter here. Sorry, had some water. Okay. I'm going to assume you know the basics. The gas giant Ember has 7 moons. The 3 biggest are Ember's Step, Ember's Song, and Ember's Heart. He winks. We can cover the 4 sisters next session. Step was the first to be settled. A contract old Solheim gave to the terraformers Cybele Systems, like Pokemon? Systems? I think that's it. Cybele Systems. When they first claimed the Helion system. That's way back when. Step was a testing ground, and like most testing grounds, it didn't turn out too well. A partial atmosphere slowly slogging? Is that how you pronounce it? I think that's it. Slowly slogging off each orbit, a dysfunctional ecosystem, and a whole load of dust-clogged settlers. The place is a miserable desert long past its best before date. So Sybil moved to Earth, where they redoubled their efforts. The subsurface ocean and some balmy tidal heating helped, allowing them to build a real atmosphere, a real habitable world, a fact that the typical Earth colonists won't ever let you forget. How did Sybil achieve such a thing, you might wonder? Well, that's where we come in. It's the same old rule of surrogacy, the one humanity built our universe around. Peter claps his hands to his chest in mock pride. My moon, Ember Song, is a sulfur-soaked rock covered in volcanoes, tidally heated by its inner orbit to sweltering temperatures. Exactly the kind of crucible you need to fuel a terraforming project. Energy, industry, fuel. Song provides the raw materials for Earth, Peter grimaces, willingly or not. And a crucible requires people to run it. Us singers, born into a flaming pit and asked to stoke it so others might live in a paradise in the making, that's what we had to endure, until Solheim brought everything down. Peter rattles off his speech from memory, and you wonder how many times he has delivered it. No Solheim, no contract. No contract, no Sybil, and no Sybil means 3 moons suddenly independent. Peter shakes his head. It was war, Sleeper. Sometimes hot, sometimes cold, and unsurprisingly, Earth and Steppe came out of it better than us. Yet, Peter holds up a hand, they need us, Sleeper. Always have. And so, we are the linchpin. We are the center around which the moons orbit, not swirling ember. We've resisted takeovers, sieges, expansions, and now we'll resist this. Half the people here are ships thinking of the half the people on these ships think the flux was caused by Earth, intentionally or otherwise, and I have to say some cycles I agree. So before you come here to hand out supplies like a good soldier, maybe educate yourself. Why does that matter now? Peter shakes his head. Do you forgive crimes against yourself so easily, Sleeper? Would you return to the bosom of SNARP if they sent someone to collect? Peter stares at the crowd. Don't presume to judge us. I want you to imagine what it is like to try to live on an airless volcanic rock when every system that sustained you starts shutting down. He spits and wipes a sleeve across his mouth. We abandoned nothing. Some stayed, others left. But we will reclaim Ember as soon as the flux fades or ends. We've weathered worse. Don't you need the supplies? The flotilla should be united. Have you been listening? Peter's voice raises immediately. We don't want to be united, Sleeper. But being united by Earth means living under them. I won't keep you from the docking axis, Sleeper. No one here has any authority for that, but watch yourself here. Try to remember that the Eye is just another in a long list of people who have tried to control us. Stay silent. Peter sighs. Look, we are many, and we have many needs. Ships come to this docking axis for repairs, for requisition, for friendship. You can provide these as well as any singer. If you want to help in your own name, Sleeper, not in that of Earth. Peter shakes his head. Carry that name here, and you will lose all trust. But as we are, act in your own name alone. Peter puts a hand on your shoulder and stands. I hope I didn't just waste my time here, Sleeper. And with that, he walks away, back to the shrinking crowd that is distributing the last of the supplies among the crews present. You watch them pass I was about to say the flood, that's not the word. You watch them pass the food and water between them. No signs of conflict between the crews, just a careful distribution of resources. Peter chats with a few crews, each of them casting looks in your direction, ones that reveal little about the singer's intentions. You stand. It seems the tensions on the flotilla run much deeper than you expected. This won't be easy. Peter has a weird charisma about him. Like, it's very odd. Like, he has this kind of odd sort of, I don't know, there's a weird little charisma about him. Alright, there. And that's all of my rolls. So, what I'm gonna do is check if I'm gonna have to get more scrap, and I need to get more spores. So we've got one more for both Lemon, Mina, and the ship as well. So we need to check those soon. So you know what? Let's sleep in our favorite old storage unit that we were not gracefully kicked out of. We'll end the cycle here, and then we can check on Lemon, Mina. Let's get food. I also just remembered that I need to put in the mushroom order for more of my stuff. Let's get more of this up. Oh, I need a bunch more. In that case... God, I wish I knew where I could sell these Griol caps. Wait! I know where I can take these. I think. Yes. Ah, I get energy out of that. Free energy. Okay. Well, let's talk to Lemon Mina. There's no answer when you buzz Lem's unit, but the door is open. You push the door to find Mina, sitting in the middle of the floor, playing with Bun Bun. Where's Lem? Mina doesn't respond. She walks Bun Bun across the floor, narrating quietly to herself. You look around the unit. It is a mess. Dishes and glasses on the side, some of Mina's clothes piled in a corner. Mina is sitting by her bag, which is spilled out across the floor. Her drawing slate cracked and dark. Play with Mina. You sit down beside Mina and she turns away, taking Bun Bun with her. But after a little while she turns back and you play together. She insists you both Bun Bun on a trip away, dragging the stuffed rabbit across countries and counters and surfaces. You've just started to look at fixing Mina's cracked slate when Lem enters. Sleeper! What are you? He pauses and looks from you to Mina and back again. Never mind. He drops a bag by the door and slumps onto the couch. Where were you? Lem ignores your question, asking one of his own instead. Why are you doing here? Mina's not supposed to let anyone in. He glances at her disapprovingly, but she shoots back her own angry look. Look, now's not a good time. What happened? What happened? We messed up, that's what happened. We put our hopes in someone else's stupid scheme. He pinches the bridge of his nose. You understand they never even put us on the list, right? I've been all around the rim looking for work, and I've run into more than a few from the crews. It turns out only It turns out only longtime Haven Age members were issued those Cecil's ID numbers. They never planned to consider us. Haven Age said they didn't know that was what they were doing. Wait. Haven Age say they didn't know that was what they were going to use to make the draw. Haven Age said they didn't know what they were going to use. Why is that sentence so hard? Why is that sentence so damn hard to read? Haven Age say they didn't know that was what they were going to use to make the draw. And who knows? Maybe Cecil's pulled the wool over their eyes. But what does it matter? All those hours in the yard for a hand-to-mouth wage and nothing else. He slams his hand down on the sofa. I don't know, sometimes a sentence just spoken aloud sounds awkward, but again, like maybe it's just me. That can't be it. Well, it is. He looks at the open door again. They're moving the side reel of the hub now, you know, he says without meeting your eye. That's where it'll depart from. They're bringing in a ship with all their cryosleep pioneers and transferring them up there in microgravity before loading the crew. We could steal a ticket. Lem laughs. There's no tickets. I was joking before. Just those ID numbers, coded to someone's identity. No stealing that. He looks over at Mina. Look, we'll be fine. We always have been. I just need a little time. He sighs. We had our hearts set on that trip is all. Mina comes over and climbs into his lap. He smiles. What if I got you aboard? I missed you these past few cycles. I missed that optimism. Lem strokes Mina's hair. Look, you want to go to the hub and ask around, be my guest. I can't get up there with Mina down here. And I'm sure the side reel will bring in a crowd. But be careful. This kind of thing always attracts scammers and thieves. You find any way on board, you take it. You need help to get there? Ask me. But for now, me and Meanie are sticking to the eye. She looks up at him and smiles. I'll find a way for us. I'll find a way for us all. Lem smiles but doesn't say anything. You stand to leave and Mina grabs your hand, eager to give you one more smile. Then you are out, back on the walkways of the low end, already thinking of plans to make this right. Yeah, they need it. They deserve it. I actually need some scrap. I have so much cryo. I have so much fucking cryo. I don't know how much scrap I needed, but I can definitely buy a bunch. And any that I can't buy, I can roll for. Alright. It's gone. Too late. That's a really bittersweet way to have ended. That not even bittersweet, that's sad. God. Fucking sucks. Oh, that's what I got, a ship fragment. Alright, well let's... I'd like to get some more spores to turn over to the thing. So let's roll for some of those. There. And then give these over to here. And then we can do the make ourselves useful quest. Alright. And then we can pop one over here. Probably take a stabilizer before I rest tonight. I see you've been contributing. Aki stands next to you at the dust house window. I was unsure what to expect when we joined the flotilla on its voyage to the Eye. But after the journey across the system, then the quarantine, and the flux reaching all the way out here too... Aki stops herself. Thank you. She bows a little. The other ships have only been interested in sending us supplies, but we've grown all we need. She gestures at the dust house. What the dust house needed. That is the problem that concerns us. Hey Combo, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. So it turns out that the extra content that has been in this game is way more than I expected, in a positive way. I get to meet some cool new characters. Dude, look at this character. Look at Aki here. I love her art. God, the artist for this game. Such stellar work. I look forward to what they do for Citizen Sleeper 2. What the desert houses need, that is the problem that concerns us. She smiles and turns to you. Shall we go inside? Into the dust house? Where else? She taps away at the panel by the window. Seems only fair after your help with the support system, you get to see what it is that you are maintaining. Aki leads you to an opening beside the window. You pass through a dark channeling room. You notice Aki is sliding an oxygen mask and visor. Sliding on an oxygen mask and visor. She looks at the swirling dust inside. Inside, it's just like Ember's Step. Thin atmosphere, constant dust storms, nothing that will bother you. She passes you a mask. The dust isn't exactly pleasant to inhale, however, so take this. You hold it to your face. She leads you through a short decontamination tunnel with its freezing panels of purifying light and then through into the dust house. Immediately, the wind and the heat hits you. You feel the rough waves of dust scattering across your face and peer through the amber murk. Your feet slide onto shifting piles of sand. Welcome to Step, or an emulation of it at least. Aki's voice sounds distant, echoey. The terraforming process only managed to provide a limited atmosphere around the moon, one which is slowly escaping. It's been like that since I was born, so I got used to the idea. You catch her bright eyes through the amber dust. So did everything else that lives there. You feel something hard beneath your feet, beneath the sand, like a coil of rope. What's under the sand? Look down. You instinctively look down and see something pale and twisted poking out of the sand. Aki sees you looking. This is steppe silk. It's one of the plants we established on Steppe. She kicks away some of the red sand. Like any based fiber, it can be retted and woven into clothes. I'm wearing some made from it myself. It's only one of many species adapted to steppe since the Solheim collapse, which is why it must be preserved. She stares out into the swirling dust. It is as much a refuge as as much as a refugee as we are, and the dust houses hold hundreds of other species. You look at the pale, unassuming root, threaded thickly through the sand. Aki watches you silently. Had enough? It will be easier to speak outside. Aki leads you back through the decontamination tunnel, which blasts the dust from both of you with a burst of metallic tasting air, and into the changing room. Aki hangs up both the masks, patiently awaiting your questions. What happened on Ember's Step? Aki pauses, pulling her shawl around her. She looks small and pale inside its layers. Steppe was already a doomed world, she sniffs. When Solheim gave the terraforming contract to Sybil and they believed they could build an atmosphere. But the moon's erratic orbit made it impossible to maintain. By the time of the Solheim collapse, the atmosphere was already fading, and Sybil's attention was on Ember's hearth. After the collapse, Sybil fell too. Its researchers scattered across the moons, and any central organization lost. Since then, my parents' generation worked tirelessly to survive, to adapt what we had to the failing moon. The steppe silk, the other adapted species, are the life's work of the steppe's colonies. So when the flux started to collapse our computer systems, corrode and destroy our life support, or water supply, our agriculture, we had to leave. Aki sits heavily on a nearby bench. Soon the only traces of steppe will be on this ship. Aki begins to cry quietly, and you are unsure what to do. Sit beside her. You sit on the bench beside her as she sobs. You understand why the ship, why the refugees from steppe are so different. Their world was already dying when the flux arrived. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk is a very fun game. I got it on Switch recently. Here's hoping Skate turns out as good as well. So, Jordan and I recorded some videos of Bomb Rush Cyberpunk for Open Couch Gaming. So expect those on that channel soon. And I have to say, from the two that we recorded so far, that game is styling. It is a style-heavy game. And the music, I've said it before, this year we have been fucking spoiled for great games and great game soundtracks. Like I listen to the Hi-Fi Rush soundtrack sometimes because it's just the kind of rock that I like. And then, like, it's one of the kinds of rock that I just love. And then Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, like, that OST is something that I would also listen to in my downtime. It's so good. So, yeah, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk episodes will be available. I just need to get the editing for it down and then, and then be set for it. But yeah, I knew, like, all of our other videos on that channel are going to be kind of put on hold because we've been sort of busy with life stuff. But I knew we wanted to do Bomb Rush Cyberpunk because Jordan is a massive Jet Set Radio fan. So when he learned of the game, and when I learned of the game, I was like, okay, this is kind of a no-brainer. Especially since the devs have gone on to say, like, hey, our music may have lyrics, but it's not DMCA-able. Or we've made it so that it's not gonna get copyright hit on YouTube and streaming, which is fucking Giga Chat energy. Gotta love that kind of Giga Chat energy from devs when they have it. Hideki Naganuma collabed and did some of the tracks too. He worked on Jet Set Radio's music and some of their Sega games back in the day. Oh yeah, I mean, we discussed it in the recordings, but literally, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk is the fan game equivalent of the Thanos "fine, I'll do it myself." Like, how else do you describe it? Like, they literally just did what Sega could have done for years but didn't. Like, I like Sega, I love Yakuza, but let's face it, Sega's kind of sleeping on a lot of property. Like, a lot of game companies sleep on some properties that do need more attention, and Sega and Jet Set Radio are easily one of the best cases of that. So, yeah. Ember Steppe is a terraformed moon, a partial atmosphere, established colonies, agriculture, and yet when the flux event started, its people had to leave. You think of the Eye and the dedicated web of decaying systems it rests upon. What hope does a ruined station have against a wave that corrupts, corrodes, and collapses? Aki interrupts your thoughts, rubbing her eyes. Not everyone left. There wasn't room to take all the people and fill the dust houses. My parents, their friends, and many others stayed, she sniffs. We carry the steppe for them. Stay silent. Aki stands. I wanted you to understand the importance of these dust houses, of what they contain. She leads you back out into the corridor. If the flux event continues to reach out to the Eye, we need to build protections to ensure their safety. Aki meets your eye. What about the people? Aki looks away. We aren't idiots, Sleeper. We chose to carry this burden. We will survive. These dust houses are already decaying. I've seen it. She stares into the dust. We had thought they would last longer, but that last flux event... Help us. Aki looks at you. Please. I will. When you are ready, we will begin the preparations for reinforcing the dust houses. We need to be ready for the next flux event. Aki's eyes shine with the last of her tears. She takes a breath. I will see you again. Aki drifts away down the corridor, leaving you alone once more at the viewing window, watching the ragged, delicate traces of moon known as Ember Step. Wow. Phew. Well, let's take a stabilizer and rest up. Then we can get some more scrap and stuff. Again, a lot of their games are very stylized. I feel like they kept bringing these games up. Wouldn't be as much of a financial risk with the fan base is diverse and isn't expecting Sonic games as much. Yeah, Dreamcast's failures was tough too. A lot of those games were made for it. Yeah. Games from that Dreamcast era kind of are a bit of a... can spell a bit of skepticism from devs that hear fan outcry being like, we want more of this thing that we liked, and then it's like, but the thing that you liked was so niche and didn't sell very well the first time. How can we guarantee that we'll actually see a profit, because we are a company in the end? Still kind of wish they would at least do some more with some of the things they've got, but there is a risk. Again, it's like that guy that bought a ton of stock in Nintendo to ask why there hasn't been a new F-Zero. Like, realistically, and I'm not trying to, like, I wish I wasn't sounding like I was playing devil's advocate here, but Nintendo as a company likely won't take the financial risks of wanting to make a new F-Zero because why make something for a series that historically, I believe, I don't know, I've never seen previous F-Zero, like, metrics in terms of their sales. Why would they want to take a risk on an IP that historically does not do as well as Mario or Zelda or even Splatoon, which is a totally new one? Granted, you can make the argument of test the waters with porting the old games to your new platform. That's something that Jordan has been very vocal about. That's something that I've been vocal about. Like, test the waters. In fact, that kind of mentality is something that Capcom has been kind of doing right regarding Mega Man. You know, like all of those Mega Man collections. Hell, right now you'll be able to play the entirety of the Battle Network series. And that could end up spelling the idea for a new Mega Man Battle Network game, or just any kind of new Mega Man property. We have Mega Man 11 being a thing. Likely because of those legacy collections doing well enough and letting people be able to play Mega Man on a modern platform. Like, if you're not going to make a new game, at least make your old shit that people like available on your new platform. It's that simple. Like, that's the idea. So, there you go. TED Talk over. Alright. I'm out of stabilizers now. Is there anything more with Lem and Mina? Or are they just... yeah, it's just over. Oh, God. Hold on, I gotta check something real quick. Give me just a moment. Okay, things are good. Sorry, I was checking to see. Uh, I was checking to see something, and the thing that turned out fine was okay. Like we're all good. Sorry. All right, back to the game. So, yeah, all we really have left is taking care of the last bits of content here, unless there's a thing with Moritz. I don't think there is. What? Oh! Oh! Shit! I didn't know it was here. Well, this is easy choice. Ooh! Castor. Quite the achievement, isn't she? Sandre Celis. Maybe it's Celis. I think that's it. Celis. Sandre Celis must be proud. You turn quickly to see a figure hooded and tucked into the shadows near the viewing port. Or platform. Do I know you? Sadly, no, but I know you. Or at least I've seen you passing through the low end. You shouldn't rush through so much. The low end's pleasures tend to reward the wanderer. He looks around, but the platform is clear. We should be quick in our conversation, but I don't wish to unsettle you. I deal in data, and I believe you might have some need, and I believe you might have need of some. Castor walks out to stand beside you on the platform, the telltale clunk of magnetic boots accompanying his slow crossing. He notices you looking at them. I don't much like it up here, he explains. I hear there was some trouble at the Haven Age shipyard when they announced the results of the crew lottery. They screwed us. I know, he sighs, meeting your eye. An ugly business. Celis are too used to the way things work in the core. Exploitation is the only logic they know. He gestures out at the side reel. You know why they built this monstrosity of the Eye? Control. Certainly, but there is no corporate oversight out here. That is not all. Certainly there is no corporate oversight out here. But that is not all. He stares at the pristine yellow hull. Celis built it here, says Castor gravely, because they didn't want anyone to know it exists. He rubs his forehead. And secrecy is something I cannot abide. He turns to face you. There are people being loaded onto that ship as we speak. Sleeping people, locked in cryosleep like the person that you were emulated from. There are hundreds of them. And Celis wants to send them out to a planet at the edge of the settled systems without anyone knowing where it is. But you, Sleeper, can do something about that. You are like me. You deal with data. You can read it right out of the air. With someone like you on that ship, secrecy isn't a problem. You can ping back whatever I need, whenever I need it, as long as you are on board. With you on the side reel, and with some minor modifications, he pauses, you can be my eyes and ears. I will keep track of Celis's grand project through you. In short, says Castor, stretching, I can get you aboard, Sleeper, but I'm going to need you to help me. Who are you? I'm a concerned party. Someone who likes to know what is happening when it is happening, not afterwards. It's not just me. Yes, your friend Lem, that can be arranged. It is difficult, but not impossible. The condition is, of course, that you go, too. Castor clunks closer to the window, watching the tugs wheeling around the side reel. It's a simple offer, and the only one that will get you on that ship. Please consider it. He turns back, silhouetted against the ship. But to make it happen, I need your assistance. As I said, there is a Celis Foundation ship docked in the now empty shipyard. I need the data from its servers. This will allow me to produce the IDs necessary for your transit. Castor looks over his glasses at you. Celis aren't stupid, though. Their ship is totally isolated from the station. You'll need to get on board if you want access to their air-walled servers. Once you have the data, meet me at your friend's unit so we can give him the good news. He smiles. I noticed his importance to you, and the little one. She's so cute. You don't have to. You don't extract the data before Sidereal Horizon leaves the hub. Then I will get the message. We have other options, but you are certainly my preferred one. But be sure when you act, Sleeper, once you take the data from Cecil's, you'll set off a series of events that will likely be hard for you to untangle yourself from. Either way, I recommend you stop asking around up here. You are bringing a lot of attention to yourself. Castor glances around as if to emphasize his point. There are only a handful of cycles until departure, Sleeper. Make your decision. With that, Castor marches back off the platform, the sound of his mag boots fading away, leaving you to contemplate the Sidereal Horizon and the part it may play in your future. Alright. Before I do any of that, I have an idea. If I can get the data faster, but I still need to do this. God damn it, I shouldn't have done that soon. Alright. Shouldn't have done that as soon as I saw it. I reacted too strongly because I thought I could find a way, but nope. Oh. Can only buy one. Didn't I have a thing that could let me create a ship mind? Yes. Alright. Let's buy some food from Memphis. And then let's get the stuff from here, because this can get done pretty fast. Some of that. And then I need more of the spore. Some spores. There we go. There. then use a 6 to... Was it 3 or 5? 3. And then I need a ship mind. There. Then we can pop in one of these. Alright, I think I can do this given the amount of rolls that I tend to get that are good. So we'll see. How many cycles was the thing gonna take? Don't remember. Kind of wish you could get a ship mind otherwise, but I guess I'm not that lucky. Okay, so yeah, this is easy enough because again, the game's been very generous to me with the rolls. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 cycles. Yeah. So that can get done. Yeah, I think I can get this done in that many cycles. Because Peak's about to finish with their research too. Okay, one more cycle before they're done with their research. So, let's go to the thing and infiltrate the deal to do the diddly bob the thing and do beep 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 beep. Yeah, I don't need grill caps. I need other kinds of mushrooms for both my stabilizers and the thing. Okay. I kind of find it funny the way the shadows work at this make it look like a smiley face. There we go. And I'll get a guarantee. Because again, a very generous game. There's Castor. Before I do that, let's get this done. And then pop that up. Ooh, we're almost there. Okay. Good. So next cycle, I forgot I need to talk to Castor. When you arrive at Lemon Mina's unit, Castor is already waiting outside, leaning beside the door. Forgive me, Sleeper, but Celis is already buzzing with news of the breach. I was expecting you. I don't like you tracking me. That is unfortunate, Sleeper, because that is exactly what I will be doing for the foreseeable future. Castor reaches into a pocket and produces a sleek green and white hand terminal. A sleek green and white hand terminal. The data, please. What is that? Something I acquired from Celis while you were busy on that ship. Or Celis, fuck it. Celis. I'm gonna say Celis. Castor pushes up his glasses. I haven't been watching you for the entire time. You hand over a drive with the data, and Castor fishes around for a converter cable to hook it up. He slots it into the terminal, and after some worrying, a set of 2 transparent films marked with numeric sequences are produced. 2 tickets to an uncertain future. Castor smiles to himself. The child will go with Lem, of course. He pockets them. These are yours. But first, he holds out a white cube. Your side of the deal. What is it? Something to help us make use of you. He passes you the square and you rest it in your palm, a small, white, perfect cube. Suddenly, you feel a sharp pain and flinch. The cube jumps from your hand and rattles along the walkway. You look at Castor apologetically. Castor smiles. Not to worry, it has done its job. Now it is for you to do yours. You look down and see a tiny pinprick in the center of your palm. Nothing sinister. Castor puts the terminal away. This way we can keep track of you and the sidereal horizon. I didn't agree to this. You did, Sleeper. Castor adjusts his glasses. You have to understand that I could have done this without you knowing. This way, everything is on the table, so to speak. Castor hands you the transparent films, and you see shimmering portraits of you and Lem flickering beneath the surface. Go. Give him the good news. And he reaches across and buzzes the unit. Lem slides open the door, half dressed in his gear. Sleeper, what brings you here? Come on in. Come in. He beckons you inside. You look to the side expecting to see Castor, but the wall is empty. The unit is cleaner, better organized than last time. Lem sits at the thin bar and gestures for you to sit. Mina's with some of the local kids. Someone has started doing lessons down that way. She seems to like it. Sit. You sit at the bar. What's up, Sleeper? I have some news. Out with it then. Rethink things. You look around the unit. You look at Lem. He looks better, softer, more full of life. It's as if a weight has been lifted from his shoulders. You think of Mina a few units down, learning with other children. You falter. Is the sidereal horizon better than this? Lem starts to look a little nervous. You in trouble? Debt? I have Celis IDs for us. You have... Lem freezes. How? He blinks rapidly as if to wipe you from his vision. Does that mean... Yep. Lem stands up and paces around the unit. We have to pack. He starts laughing. Holy shit, we have to pack! He turns back to you smiling. How the hell did you swing this, Sleeper? I made a deal. What a deal! Color me impressed! You show him the IDs, and he whistles at the portraits. Impressive stuff! He pats you on the shoulder. You should stay until Mina gets home. We can tell her together. I have to go. Of course. Well, if we need to do anything, give me a shout. He smiles warmly and then impulsively hugs you. I'll see you on the big day, all right? Take care of those passes. He laughs again at nothing in particular. You get up and go, looking one last time for Castor as you exit the unit, but he is still gone. And when you look, the cube doesn't seem to be where you dropped it. You walk back through the low end, its sound muffled in your ears, deep in thought. I think I can get it in time. I think I can. Kind of feel dumb for starting this time limit stuff as quick as I did. I just got excited because of the little prospects there. I lose my chance at my stabilizers, though. I mean, maybe that's kind of the idea, you know? But it's like, I can kind of indefinitely live here, but I don't know. Alright. Well, let's get some food from Memphis, and then we can start doing our rolls. I'm gonna miss Emphasis Stall, too. God, this game. It's so good. Like, again, the fact that it's managed to do so much with its characters while not... It's so much with so little. It's really impressive, honestly. Like, it's very impressive work that the devs did here. Like, I don't want to say simple, but... I don't know. It's just really interesting, the way that they've managed to tell this story. Alright, I still need a ship mind, but I don't know where to get one, besides buying up a bunch of scrap, but that's not going to be feasible. Ugh. And then throw one here for a net positive. Yeah, no. No ability to really make a ship mind. That's not good. Like, unless the next time that ship comes around, because I know I can probably get some more scrap from that ship. God, this fucking sucks. I'm trying to figure this out. Alright, there. Aki? You and Aki stand side by side at the viewing window in silence. The dust swirls and you glimpse the twisted root system of steppe silk through the orch haze. Osher? I don't know how to pronounce that. After all these cycles, you feel a strange connection to a world on which you have never set foot. Aki shifts from foot to foot. She seems restless, eager to speak, but unsure what to say. We did it. Aki smiles at you warmly. We did it. She pauses and turns back to the window. What is the value of all this, she asks suddenly, of preserving a world we have left behind? Conservation. Aki is silent for a moment. These creatures should be protected, yes, but for us, their conservation is conditional. We keep them alive because we need to use them. I can't pretend we are conservators. When we harvest as much as we are able. Aki paces away, lost in thought. I am grateful to you for helping protect the dust houses, for ensuring their slide into decay is delayed, even averted. But now I find myself at an impasse. The stability of the dust houses changes things. It makes me aware of how blinkered we have been. Aki stops to look at you, her posture somehow different. If this ecosystem of steppe, if its people cannot grow to meet the future, why preserve it? She frowns. Are we just slaves to the preservation of what came before? You can change that. Aki comes close, holds your hands in hers. We must change. We must change to live. She smiles. I've seen that in you. The steppe, these people, this ship, should serve more than heritage than history. More than heritage than history. They should serve the future. She takes a deep breath. There are those in the flotilla that need clothes, that need food, that can benefit from the gifts of the steppe's ecosystem. I want you to invite them. Can you do that for me? How? I know that soul sent you, she smiles. You can tell him Aki, captain of the Windlong Shadow, invites all the people of the flotilla to come. I will. She nods. Aki steps away. You want to know about the flux, no? About its purposes, its origins? She smiles. You wish to protect your home, as we could not. I'm afraid I don't have much to tell you. It is an exotic wave of sorts, an energy that passes through matter. It shifts the very charged particles which run through our electrical systems. It is possible to shield against it, as you would radiation, but we have done with the dust houses, but only while it is weak. The flux event here was much like the first ones we felt on Ember Steppe, localized, destructive but bearable. But in time, its strength grew. I don't know if it will be the same here, but... She pauses. It is coming from the center of the system, from the close orbit of Helion's star, H1. That is all we could uncover. She is silent for a moment, unsure of what to add. I'm sorry I cannot offer more, but you are always welcome on this ship. She smiles. I hope I will see you when the others come. She squeezes both of your hands. I hope this ship, these dust houses, can be more than a museum. I hope they can be a home. With this, she turns and leaves, and you feel that word, home, resonating with you like a struck bell. Ah, God, so effective. Have you heard of Khan Channel Sleeper? K-A-N Channel Sleeper? Peak asks as soon as you enter the bay, as if you were in the middle of a conversation. There are heavy circles under their eyes, and you aren't sure if they've moved since you last visited. The console they are working at seems to have grown, too, shadowing their slight frame in a wealth of screens and wires. You mean for K-A-N? You mean for transit? Yes, exactly. Peak turns to face you. Kaomani's active negotiation. The name of the effect used to transport trillions of tons of materials from the surrogate systems to the core. You might have heard of it in your physics classes. The XPR, at XPR they hammered the principles into us as kids. K-A-N. Peak recites the definition as if in the classroom. A process of collapsing spatial causality along the Euclidean distance between 2 points by negating mass simultaneously at both ends of a geodesic curve. Geodesic curve. That was my brain trying to figure that out. Okay, so essentially, this kind of sounds like it's collapsing matter in order for it to transport faster. Kind of like when you, like building pressure in something that's small for it to shoot across really quickly, like a airsoft gun, for a odd example. Essentially, KAN channels allow for the near instantaneous transport of raw materials between systems. They require huge volumes of energy, of course, and decades of construction, but once a KAN channel is established, it opens up a system for infinite exploration. The backbone of surrogacy is what XPR called them. Peak shakes their head. They might not be able to send anything more complex than a rock through them. Complex machines and people are, shall we say, reconfigured by the process. But for raw, molecularly pure materials, Peak flicks a hand. Whoosh! Where's this going? Peak pauses. What I was trying to find out was whether the Helion system, this system, ever had a KAN channel. KAN channels are vastly expensive to build, to run. Not every surrogate system has one. Many use fraction drive ships to transport their materials to the nearest hub. But Solheim, Peak smiles, Solheim spared no expense when they established this system. There's a channel. Yep. Peak's eyes light up. They shut it down before the collapse. They couldn't run the sender-receiver station anymore, but it was there. It still is, as far as I can tell, closely orbiting our star. In fact, Peak grins, they've been building to this. I'm sure it's still there, because one of the issues with KAN channels are the massive waves of exotic energy they can produce when cycling up. The flux. Exactly. Peak's face suddenly drops. Someone is starting up the channel. Who? Peak sucks in a breath. That I don't know. They start counting off information on their fingers. They'd need a lot of resources to do it. And they need to have people from the core systems. But there's no real large-scale extraction in the Helion system anymore. So why would they go to the trouble? Maybe it's Solheim. Peak shakes their head. The company went under decades ago, Sleeper. We might not get much core news out here, but it seems unlikely. They pause. But I've also been thinking. Peak rubs their red eyes. The flux, the wave, the KAN effect produces is a side effect. The flux, the wave the KAN produces is a side effect. A problematic one, but it isn't a destructive force. If it was, the core systems would have never been able to use it. So then why are colonies collapsing because of it? Why is it chewing through systems, the kind of industrial systems set up to function within the range of a once active KAN channel? Peak is getting frustrated. The moons of Ember have been terraforming since before the collapse. They would have had to deal with the flux, yet everything we have heard from the refugees say it brought down near every system they had. Peak falls quiet, thinking it all through. Your mind drifts too, thinking of the KAN channels, those vast causal highways that... Right? Has to be a causal. Those vast causal highways that prop up the core systems as their endless appetite for resources. Or end their appetite... yeah. Hydrate. I'm hydrating. This system has been quiet for decades. Solheim collapsed. Most corporations gave up their claims, and apart from the Celis ships that came to begin work on the sidereal horizon, no one from the core has come here in all that time. Or no one from the core. You shiver as you imagine the attention of the core, the system of logic and exploitation that created you, created your suffering, turning towards the Helion system. A floodlight turned to this dark corner. A shrill beep catches both of your attentions, and Peak rushes to a screen, one showing a crude map of the station. On it, individual markers begin to flare up with incessant chirps. Peak looks puzzled for a moment, and then their face drops. No. They lean in close. This doesn't make any sense. What's happening? The flux nodes are appearing elsewhere on the station. Peak pulls at their hair. I set this system to alert me to other flux nodes near the epicenter of the flux event, but these are everywhere. The hub, the low end, the shipyard. How can this happen? The only reason we saw flux nodes here is because it is the most rundown part of the station. So they were barely shielded, but others appearing so far after the event. Peak turns to you. You're going to need to get me the data from these nodes, and quickly. I'll keep looking at what I have here, but I need to know why they are popping up everywhere. When I can. Quickly, Sleeper. I mean it. We can talk more about KAN channels and system history when you are back, but this needs our attention right now. Peak turns quickly back to the monitor, their eyes following scrolling screens of code spewing from the newly fluxed nodes. You leave quickly, but struggle to shake the image of the spotlight from your mind. You feel watched as you cross back into the pilgrim seat on your way to the shuttle bay. You hurry onward, eager to outrun the fear. Interesting. So more of those nodes appeared. Not in the Greenway, though. The Greenway's completely safe. It's just completely safe. The gardener's the only thing that's there. So, yeah. Need more of the nodes. So, a 6. A 5. And... oh, that's a noise I haven't heard in a while. And a 4. Okay. Yeah, that's a noise from the killer. Let's get food from Memphis, and then see about making some rolls. I'll need to re-roll the 1s for certain. 4 was the one up there. There. Bypass. There's 1. And then... extract data. The other one's gonna have to wait. Because I need a 5 for the other one. Oh wait, was there a ship that I could get buy the things from? Because I've got the money to keep buying scrap until I get a ship mined. Nope. I don't know where I can get a ship mined. I also completely didn't know about that either. God damn it. Just want more ship mines. I mean, maybe the Lem thing can turn out differently. I don't know. It's... I need 2 of these, and I've got 1 more cycle before I can, fingers crossed, get another stabilizer and hopefully get some more rolls back. Okay, so that's done. I just need a ship mine for this one, and I feel like this is important because if I don't get it, then this may fuck over the whole thing. You know what? No. No. I feel like if I do that, I'm going to start some kind of event, and I don't want to do that yet. Yeah. What I'm going to do is... we'll do the low end, and then... see where that gets us. Got 4 more cycles before that does anything. Christ, I've completely forgotten. There are some things in this game that I have just completely blanked on. crossover. Wait, can't I... Wait, am I able to regain condition if I... I can! Alright, so I don't really need to worry about these mushrooms right now. And cycle. Alright, so now it's 3 until that pops up again. Well, in that case, I don't even need to harvest the mushrooms or spores anymore. I can just, yeah. Cross to rim. Derelict unit. Gather materials. Oh, is it a new sleeping spot? Is that what this was for? Okay, yeah, this was just a place to find a new home. God damn it. Alright. Alright. Better than nothing, though. Better than, yeah. Okay. Oh. You cross over between two walls of units, one of the cavernous streets at the center of the low end. The pressurized bridge is full of the clack of talva, the shouts of children, the whir of air filters. Sleeper. You turn to see Castor sitting at a talva table alone, somehow untouched by the hustle and bustle of the people around. He gestures to the stool of the opposite side of the table. Sit. Sit. You sit at the metal stool and he starts setting up the board with counters, or at least the filter caps. Lower enders typically use their plate. The caps learn. Funny we should see each other again, he says, looking over his glasses. Night or day? He asks, gesturing back at the caps crudely sprayed white and black. Night. He nods. The black counters are already on your side. Let's begin. You take a plastic die, each pitted and worn, and rolled to determine who starts. Castor rolls a 6, you roll a 4. I lead. He smiles and begins to move his first cap precisely along the board. Play passes back and forth between you, the dice changing hands and the caps spread along the board. Wait, let me reread that. Play passes back and forth between you, the dice changing hands and the caps spread along the board. As it does, Castor speaks, eyes not leaving the caps. It is good to see you again, Sleeper. I was hoping to catch you before you left. If only to play you at Tavla. He smiles. You take your turn, rolling a 5 and a 6. Play carefully. After all, a sleeper's mind must be somehow different to a human one. Being emulated, I mean. As Castor talks, you build up a wall of caps, stacking them safely across the board. Progress is slow, but you remain unexposed. I don't mean to offend you, Castor meets your eye, but I merely see that you are by definition different. What has been subtracted in the emulation? What has been added? He slides a single cap onto an open point, a risk and an opportunity. He hands you the dice. Do you ever think about this, Sleeper? About what you were before and what you are now? Always. You roll a double 1 and solidify your wall. Castor whistles. The holding game. Commendable. It can be brave to build from what came before. He rolls the dice and leaps your wall with a single move. But we cannot idle too long, Sleeper. The slower we move, the slower we are caught. The slower we move, the sooner we are caught. The past you is not just an idea, a concept for you. It is a living, breathing person. He looks over his glasses, his eyes bright and wide. You split from them like a shadow splitting from its caster. They may be sleeping now, yes, but one day they will awake and carry on with their lives unaware of your fate. no matter what it may be. He hands you the dice, smiling. You are a branch severed from the main trunk, an offshoot who refuses to die, so to speak. You roll again, under pressure now, trying to slip your caps out from under Castor's before he solidifies control of the game. So what I'm curious about is how you see yourself in all this. What does this, Castor asks, what does this tangle of truths make you? Free. Yes, Castor looks away, through the glasses to the crowded units on all sides. I can see that. Your life as an escapee was never meant to happen, yet here we are. He starts removing caps, his homeboard now full. Your life is an offshoot. It can go anywhere from here. You try a few more rolls, attempting to get back in the game, but Castor clears his homeboard with a sense of the inevitable. He has known he was winning for a while. I feel I may have pushed too far. He slides another cap from the board. I apologize. My curiosity is a habit of getting the better of me. You roll to return a cap from the board, but all the spaces are blocked. Castor claps his hands apologetically. You play well, really. Your weakness is not your game. He smiles warmly. We have much to learn from each other. He slides his glasses back up his nose and sits back. I feel we could share knowledge, ideas, perhaps even data. His eyes glint with that last word. To our mutual benefit. He slides his final cap from the board. It is over. He has won. I doubt it. No pressure on my part. He holds up his palms. My intention is only to help you endure here. And, if I'm able, feed my curiosities. The game over, you notice the bustle of the walkway once more. The call of the children, the deliveries, the arguments and reconciliations. They wash over you as you stand and leave. Castor nodding goodbye as you do. Crossing the walkway, you replay the moves of the game in your mind, looking for an opening you were sure was there. Yeah. Wait, so can I just... Oh! Oh, I sell data to him. Oh, okay. Interesting. Anywho... Still need a ship mind. There, 5. And there we go. All right. And then we can talk to Peak some more. Yeah, it looks like my worries about this not lasting long just went out the window. Since we are closing in on 3 hours. I'm gonna keep going until I'm done. It's just, yeah, like after going through what I went through, I was like, I don't think I might have that much left in this game. No, I was wrong. You watch as Peak works on the flux data, the nodes unfolding like flowers now, giving in to Peak's increasingly sophisticated decoding protocols. Man, to think... Coding's such a fucking tough thing to figure out sometimes. Seeing data like this as an image on a screen is an almost unrecognizable representation to you. It is nothing like swimming among nodes and threads. Despite this, Peak has proven themselves to be more than able to handle these complex data structures, even through this limited representational paradigm. The bay door hisses, interrupting your flow of thoughts. You turn to see Esh. Stay silent. Esh stalks into the bay, head down. She looks tired and not in a mood to talk. How's the weapon hunt? Peak asks without turning from their screen. Slow, unsuccessful, tedious. Esh slams a bag down on a crate and hops up to sit on it. You still unpacking balls of yarn? With the sleeper's help, Peak smiles. They brought me some good stuff this cycle. Maybe they could help you find the weapons you were smuggling. It's clear that Esh doesn't appreciate Peak's tone. Stay silent. Peak holds up a hand. Shh. They lean in towards the screen. Son of a... What? They hid it in the wave of the wave, Peak is whispering to themselves. It's alive. They lean back in their chair. Ash crosses over to look at the screen. Alive? Well, it's growing. It's processing. It's quietly working away in the dark. Look. You cross over to the screen and stand beside Ash. In it, you can see that Peak has all 4 nodes decoded, and the pattern of shadows from inside them sit along the screen like dark stains. Then you notice it. The movement. The thin threads cross from one stain to another. As you watch, you notice that the movement only ever happens in your peripheral vision, as if this thing, this shadow, knows it's being watched. This is how the other flux nodes appeared. Peak rubs their eyes. They weren't fluxed by the wave, they were corrupted after the fact. This thing, this shadow, that entered in the wake of the wave, it corrupted them, but it made the corruption look like the result of the flux. It's a sleight of hand. Peak runs a hand through their hair. The flux wave is so massive, so complex, that it opens up the systems to be attacked. As it reconfigures exposed systems, this shadow is implanted inside. The wave from the KAN channel is a brute force way of hitting every system in Helion. Once the systems are vulnerable, Peak looks pale, their eyes reflect the screens. The flux isn't what is attacking the systems. It is the siege weapon, a Trojan horse. Then this thing takes over. Peak sits back on their chair. And it's already on the eye. Wait. Ash rubs her forehead. You're telling me there's a KAN channel in this system? Shit! Peak isn't listening. This is bad. We have to take this to someone. Peak looks desperately at you. Soul. Right, the refugees need to know. Ash cuts in. Maybe they can protect themselves against it. Lead an evacuation. An evacuation? Are you insane, Esh? Peak is desperate. Haven Age are the station administrators. They need to know. The argument rages between them. As you watch them shouting, you feel sick. After a while, they stop, running out of things to say. An unsettling silence descends on the bay. I need more time, Peak says quietly. I need to look at solutions. Try to build a case. Collate the evidence. We messed this up. They look down at their hands. Esh goes to speak and then thinks better of it. Not a word, Sleeper. Peak meets your eye. Don't tell anyone until they are ready. They sigh. With the tension among the refugees, Soul won't be ready to hear this, and Helena and Haven Age are still mired in some kind of crisis. We tell Haven Age, they are likely to react badly, and if we tell Soul, I doubt he'll take it well either. If you can calm the situation in the flotilla, then we can choose. You're too twisted up in this, Peak, Esh says quietly. This is not our place. We don't owe... Stop, Esh. Peak slumps in their chair. Stop. You leave them like that, exhausted and troubled, and head back out into the Pilgrim Seed. When you close your eyes, you think of those shadows, that movement at the edge of your vision. Something dark growing in the station like a parasite. You feel sick. Your vision blurs. What comes next? You stop in a corridor and take a breath, putting a hand on a rumbling metal wall. For now, the eye keeps spinning. For now. And there's an upgrade point. Oh, I need 3 for that. Well, I'll wait till I have a third one. Alright. So... I still need a ship mind. If I just get a ship mind, then I won't have to worry about any more of this. Let's try a little something here. Didn't think so. Because I feel like I need to get the ship mine thing settled before I actually do anything else. Alright, 3 more cycles before that shows up. Okay, 2 more days before that shows up, and then it's 3 more before the ship. So I could do this. I could do this. It's just gonna be a really tight window. I already re-rolled my shit. I could probably... attempt again on the scrap. Who knows, maybe I'll get lucky. Nope. And that bonked my energy badly, too. Alright, well, let's get some food from Memphis, and then we can... we'll repair our condition with the scrap that I've got, and then... see what the day does for us then. Yeah, I guess this is where future playthroughs come in case you ever feel like you ought to pace yourself a little bit in terms of which stories you act on and which ones you don't. There we go. Alright. End cycle. Okay. One more day before that. And then it's like 2 cycles before this gets done? Yes. You know what? Screw it. Might as well... oh, wait. No, it's scrap, not rolls. Pfft. Oops. I mean, maybe I can try for the scrap again, but I am not confident on that. Let's get some energy back. Didn't think so. Yeah, it's only scrap components, no other dice on that. Just want another ship mined. I'm good on money. I've got a lot of money. Might as well play the board exchange, I guess. Play the stock market. I mean, I've no other ideas in terms of what else I can interact with as far as that's concerned. So let's cross back over. And then once we rest, we got ourselves a big list of things that we got to take care of. Okay. Maybe I could buy ship components from here? Yes! Oh, God. I don't have to play any risky games. There, and then there. Oh, thank God. I can actually do it. And then build ship mind. Yes. And then take ship mind to dude over there. God, I feel like I cut that a little close. Oh, what a relief. And then... Hey, man, I got your thing. As you cross the axis looking for a shuttle to take you back to the ruined corridor, you spot Peter, standing at the edge of the central hub. Something about the way he's leaning against the rail, looking down across the axis and towards the blinking lights of the flotilla beyond, makes you pause. He's completely still, his head drooping low and his shoulders hunched high. Approach him. You lean on the railing a little way from Peter, leaving a gap between you. This close you can see the blank stare in his eyes, the way his hands hang limply in front of him. He takes a minute to notice you. Sleeper? He inhales sharply. Still hanging around? Trying to be useful. Peter smiles a tight smile, but doesn't turn to face you. That a sleeper thing? Needing to be useful? It's a me thing. It would make sense. Peter closes his eyes. Tools need to be used. What's with you? Peter stands back from the railing. Who invited you, Sleeper? Who said you could come here? You think because the Hearthians decided to name you their errand boy, we have to put up with you? We don't want you here. We don't need you. His eyes burning with rage. Go home, you stupid machine! A second after he shouts that final line, he collapses in on himself, staying upright, but all the energy going out of his body. He slumps back against the railing, his eyes closed once more. You wait. After a while, he speaks. I'm tired, Sleeper. Tired of everything. I'm tired of the empty paternalism of Hearth. I'm tired of the paranoid whining of the crews. I'm tired of the endless cycles that look the same, smell the same, feel the same. I'm tired of running, of hiding, of fixing every shitty thing that breaks out here. His shouts echo a little in the hub. Few stop to look. He looks down at his feet. Everyone's tired. Peter doesn't react. He stands. I'm going to go. He looks at you and sniffs. Get some sleep. Sleep well. Peter nods slowly, turning away. He raises a hand and drifts away towards the center of the hub. You turn back to the railing, not wanting to watch him go. Seeing him like this, you prefer not to stare. The traffic of the axis rumbles on as you watch under an endlessly shining sun. The same air recycled through all these lungs. The same dust gathered speck by speck on the windows. You take a sharp breath, stand straight, and get moving before the inertia of it all gets to you. Oh, shit. Wait, was it one more cycle before the ship leaves? The Lemon Mina ship? I mean, who knows? Maybe I'd get the option to stay. I don't know. Yep, one more cycle. Well, let's hope I get good rolls. It's not going to be possible. I'm going to miss something. I mean, unless, like, I can do it the next cycle. Because it's going to be ready. Damn it. Alright. Well, in any case, I know we can at least do the rolls and stuff before I have to click on the event to go to. So I can at least do that much. Let's buy some food from Memphis. And then... can use some scrap to repair me so I don't lose any of my 5 rolls that I know I'll need to get that shit settled. There. Alright. Here we go. Let's take a look. Yep, there it is. So I guess, I don't know, maybe that was the thing to do. Maybe I needed to get the data before that time ran out. Because now that doesn't have a time limit. I don't know, we'll see. Alright, I think I can do it, yeah. There. Sleeper! Peter calls to you as you cross the axis. He is standing by the same railing as you saw him last time, and he beckons you over. I've been hearing things. He gives you a sidelong look. Stay silent. Peter smiles. Don't be so nervous. He rubs his hands together nervously. You wait for him to speak. You know, on Song I was a teacher. He glances at you, anticipating a response. Really? Peter sighs. Don't sound so surprised. Mechanical engineering. It's an essential subject on a moon where every single mechanical failure could mean the deaths of hundreds. He looks around. The heat, the atmosphere, the radiation, all of it is hostile to us. My students knew this. Their work, their training was respected. As long as they were careful and respected Song themselves, they could have their choice of colony placements. They were always in demand. That meant I was respected, surrounded by friends and colleagues, always able to call in favors and repay them like for like. He frowns. Song colonies are small, close-knit. We look after our own. When the flux events started hitting, colonies went dark overnight. We all knew what those kinds of failures meant. Like always, we lost more people than any other of the moons. He balls his hands into tight fists. Not a single one of my students left Song. Our future was cut off just like that. My future. He flexes his hands. What am I out here? What use am I? Song is a fading memory, and the systems we built there are useless outside its orbit. How am I supposed to move on from here? He looks at you, his eyes steely gray and glinting. Find someone to teach. Peter pauses, thinking. You don't give up, do you, Sleeper? You just keep going. Peter shakes his head. You remind me of a student of mine. One who entered the program from one of the smaller colonies. They didn't have the advantages of some of the others, but they were stubborn. Stubborn as hell. By the end of the program, they were the most skilled of their peers. They didn't get the best assignment, maybe because they didn't spend much time making the kind of connections that would help you get there. But that didn't matter, because I knew they would make the best of anything they set themselves to do. Peter is smiling now, buoyed up a little by memory. I've never heard buoyed used as a verb like that, or adjective, right? I think so. A descriptor. I've never seen buoy used like that before. That's an interesting way to use that. Singers are stubborn, Sleeper. I think it's adjective. Yeah, I think it is adjective. We aren't going to change easily. We won't forgive easily, or take help easily. But we'll hold strong. You can count on us for that. Peter stands from the railing. When you see Soul again, you can tell him that. You can tell him how the crews of Ember's Song operate. Tell him we will resist. If that means resisting Hearth's imperialist ambitions, so be it. If it means resisting the flux, so be it. And if it means to, as you have, help others resist those same pressures, so be it. Peter smiles. And then tell him to leave us alone. He turns, his step lighter, and heels off towards the center of the Axis hub. God, all the characters are just so nicely layered. And then there was this. Soul finds you deep in the layers of the Pilgrim Seed, working on a patch for a life support vent. You hear him coming, his suit hissing as he does. I had to ask around to find you, he smiles. Seems you know the place better than me these days. I doubt it. Soul nods. I was on the work crew that built this thing, so maybe you're right, he winks. Soul holds out a hand. Stand up and let me see you. He pulls you to your feet. I don't believe we ever had a sleeper on Ember's Hearth. Soul looks you up and down. You sure do make me wish we had. Could have done with a few workers as good as you. Stay silent. Soul tilts his head. A little on the quiet side, though. Seems like I owe you some answers, seeing as you've been working hard on the Pilgrim Seed these past cycles. He leans against a crate, his suit creaking. What do you want to know? Ember's Hearth. Sure, he smiles. I mean, I've spent my whole life on that rock, so I have plenty to tell. I'll save my life story for another time, he winks. But the short of it is that Hearth is the first of Ember's moons, the biggest and the most populated, which is down to the successful terraforming systems Sybil set up back when Solheim owned the system. How are the relations with the other moons? Yeah. Soul smiles. Depends on who you've been talking to. You shouldn't mistake me for a politician, Sleeper. That's for the others to do. He gives you a look. But Ember's Steppe was a test ground for the terraforming tech that Hearth is built on, while Ember's Song was the extraction site for the raw materials and energy needed to make it work. You can imagine that might lead to some tension. However, Soul holds up a hand. Despite what people might say, Hearth was never fully stable. Soul shakes his head. Sybil liked to talk it up, but after they pulled out and Solheim left, our people discovered they'd have to keep the system running themselves, for the place would soon end up as dry as steppe. Hearth was good as long as the evaporators kept running, kept filling our skies with clouds. Even after the collapse, our people kept those things going, turning that subsurface ocean into a periwinkle blue sky. Sol smiles. Flux ended that, though. And when they failed, the rains failed, and the harvests with it. Sol pauses. As soon as you have a city without a way to feed itself, Sol shudders. That's when we, some of us, made the decision to set out on this place. He gestures at the Pilgrim Seed and look for another future. Sol shifts on the crate. Anything else you want to ask? There was something. The flux. Sol sighs. That's what I imagined. He scratched at his beard. I can't say I'm an expert, but I can tell you what we witnessed on Hearth. At first we ignored it. A few farms had their automation systems blink out. Lifter suits locked up. Bots reset their schedules. Nothing we hadn't seen before. But then the news came out of Passero that they'd been hit harder. The local network had gone down and no one could get it back up. It was rough for a while, but out in the farmland we were used to that. Passero? Capital of Hearth. Tens of thousands of souls made it their home. Sol grimaces. Anyway, we thought the flux was a freak event until the day they got the network running again. That's when the cascade happened. System after system corrupted, data lost, and then another flux hit, and another. The bots were running circles in the fields. People had been cut off from their lifter suits like mine. And the city, I never saw it, but I heard from others. Sol shivers. It only got worse from there. We couldn't seem to fight it. It cut us right open. That's what I know about the flux. Some folks say it came from the inner system, that it might be connected to some old tech there or something. But I've never heard anything more than rumors. Sol scratched his beard. Sorry, I don't have better news. Anything else you want to ask? You want to know about me? I'm not sure that was part of the deal I was thinking of, Sleeper. Unless you were asking about this. He raps on the metal of his suit. In case you haven't guessed, this is the only thing keeping me vertical. He adjusts his shoulder piece. It's a lifter suit, made for work in the fields. We had to modify it so I could walk around after the accident. And that's all I'm saying, Sleeper, because to be honest with you, I don't know you more than that. You want to know more about the flux, about Ember Hearth? Go ahead. But don't pry into my life, and I won't pry into yours. Sol lets the silence sit, staring hard at the floor. The suit seems to loom over him, looking more like a burden than a support. With the bars around his head, you suddenly start to think of it as a cage. Oh, man. Look, I don't mean to be rude. Let's leave it there. There's too many eyes on me on this ship as it is. And I'd rather just slip into the background, thank you very much. Sol shifts on the crate. Anything else you want to know? What do you want to know about? Something buzzes off the Sol suit. He glances up and frowns. Looks like time's up, Sleeper. Sol stands flexing against the suit. He takes his cane in his hand. Keep it up, Sleeper. He smiles as he leaves. You're making me think I need to start making new plans for this place. With that, Sol leaves, and you wonder what he means as he creaks away down the corridor. You can't help but feel there's more to him than it seems. When you arrive at the bridge of the Pilgrim Seed, Sol is waiting for you. You wouldn't believe the messages that have come through in the past few cycles, Sleeper. He smiles. The ship from Steppe has sent a goodwill gesture. A whole cache of supplies from their own farms. He smiles. I'm not sure how we'll use them, but the gesture is a welcome one. Song, meanwhile, are apparently accepting supplies again, although a little reticently, if I may say so. It had to take a second to read that. Reticently. I don't expect them to change anytime soon, it should be said. And what I'm wondering, Sleeper, is what part you had in all this. Soul eyes you, waiting for an answer. I helped where I could. I've come to expect that of you, Sleeper. He smiles. You look at Soul, his bright eyes and eager, his eyes bright and eager, and wonder what he sees in you. Are you a tool to be used or an ally? It can be hard to tell. I want to show you something. Soul squeezes your shoulder, turning you to face the lift. He leads you along the axis of the ship towards the engines, the clanking of his suit accompanied by the constant hammering and welding that fills the echoey bulkheads of the Pilgrim Seat at all hours. With the cordon lifted and the shuttles able to go out to salvage scrap and barter for supplies, the ship has become a place of transformation, moving towards some state yet to be revealed to you. You look at Soul. What is his plan here? What is he preparing the Pilgrim Seat for? Or his sharp eyes simply focused on making through the next cycle? Suddenly, Soul stops in front of a huge bulkhead door, like the seal on the front of a dry dock hangar. He signals to someone in a cabin high up, attached to the wall, and they begin the process of opening it up. The Pilgrim Seat was built as a short-range freight carrier, you know. The amber warning signs of the bulkhead door send spinning shadows across Soul's face. We built it to ship the entire harvest from thousands of farms to the silos at Passero. When we realized we needed to leave, it was the biggest ship we could muster. Soul raps on the metal plate, and somehow she carried us all the way out here. We? Farmers mostly, from outside the city and the edges. He flexes his shoulder beneath his suit. We saw it coming first, I guess. Knew it was time. Others didn't want to believe. I was a farmer, had a whole load of land and people to run it, and my people helped convert this place for the long trip. He looks at his feet. Others led, organized the evacuation, and debated the plan. What happened? Not one of those folks made it. Soul rubs his forehead. We were out in the black a long time before we got here, Sleeper. Things happen. The upshot is I was chosen to take over. I guess my crew trusted me, and I knew the ship. I argued, reminded them I'm no leader, and that I'm sick, but, well, when service chooses you... A loud klaxon sound indicating the bulkhead doors are ready to open. They groan as they slide back, the metal squeals echoing through the vast ship, bouncing off its hard-plated walls. At first, all you see is darkness. Then the lights go on. In huge strips that stretch back and back as far as you can see, the space in front of you, a vast bay, bigger than any you have ever seen, is empty. And we left Earth. We didn't have the time or resources to convert the entire ship. Soul begins leading you into the massive space. So much of the freight space we sealed away, shut down. But now, we have time. We have resources. We stabilized here, at least for the moment. Soul turns to you. Now is the time we make use of all of this. What are you planning? What do you think happens next for the Eye, Sleeper? Soul sighs. The flux has already hit one part of the station, and from what I know, it'll hit again. On Earth, we lost everything. There isn't much time, Sleeper. But there is enough time to do something. Think of the number of people we can fit on here. The farming stacks, the housing. Hell, we could plant some of those mushrooms you love so much. This is the way forward. The only way. We need to fill this ship with able bodies and head for the stalwart belt. I thought the Eye was your destination. It was, until the flux hit here. Now it's just another stop. I'm glad of the chance to resupply and salvage, but we need to go further out. I want you to help me. You know the Eye. You have connections, and you can work hard. I've seen it. Soul meets your eye. I know you are like me, Sleeper. You didn't choose service, but it chose you. I don't know. I know it's a lot to think about, Sleeper. Trust me. Soul begins to lead you back out of the bay. But think of what we can do here. The flotilla can't last forever. We need more than just farmers to make this work. We need to build a new world for ourselves. I've heard that out there in the belt there are people who have been setting up in the collapse. making something of their own. That's our future, tucked away in those rocks, far from all this, Sol sighs. I didn't bring my people here just to let them die somewhere new. Sol crosses back over the threshold of the bay and signals for the operator to close it up. The door groans and Sol waits for it to stop. Think about it, Sleeper. Sol claps an arm around your back. But don't wait too long. This is happening soon. And he leaves you there. In the silence of this vast bay, you hear your head spinning with the thought of leaving the eye. Well, I already kinda am because of the Lemons and Mina story. I mean, we'll see, but let's see. Let's go talk to them. There's a crowd, but you spot Lem and Mina immediately as you enter the dock. They're waiting at the cordon, where Celis security are checking the crew in to board the ship. Those that manage to get up to the hub are crowded near the entrance, but they know their chance of getting on board is long gone. Lem! Lem spots you among the crowd. Sleeper, we're here. They're standing beside a bag which looks to carry all the possessions they have. It is small enough to be carried in one hand. You ready? Lem smiles nervously. Well, I guess so. He hefts the bag. I hope they let us take this on board. Got our whole life in here. You hand over the Celis ID film to Lem, keeping your own. He turns it back and forth in the light. Where did your friend even get this picture, Sleeper? Looks like my old Conway ID. You look, and a shimmering younger Lem stares out of the film, harder and clean cut. I spoke to the guard here. He nods to the white and green clad security officer. They'll be doing orientation and role assignment on board. Sounds like we're going to be working under the core crew. Kind of like an intern. He laughs. What do you think, Meanie? Am I too old to be an intern? Following Lem's lead, you inspect your ID. As you lift the film to the light, you see something strange. Something that makes you flinch. The face printed in the film is one you recognize immediately, but it is not you. At least, it is not how you look now. You squint at this ghost, confused why you hadn't noticed earlier. It's a picture you remember being taken, a memory you didn't know you had. You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. You remember the SNARP employee who helped you in, her smile clean and surgical. You freeze in place, thinking of the you that still sleeps somewhere in an SNARP facility, that won't wake up until you are recovered and disposed of. And now you are leaving. Will they ever wake up? Sleeper? Lem interrupts your thoughts. These guys want us to board. You stare at him without thinking, then notice the guards gesturing you both to come forward. You all kick off and float over to them, steadying yourselves on the guardrail. You hang back, letting Lem present his ID film first. The guard slides it across a white machine, much like the one Castor printed them from. You reflexively rub your puncture mark on your hand, even though there is no trace of it now. It seems to be your destiny to be someone else. It seems to be your destiny to be someone else's tool. Lem and Mina are waved through. The guard smiling at her excited face. Lem turns back to check you are coming. The guard beckons you closer. Content. You wait for a moment. You need to wait for a moment. This is all happening too fast, changing too much. There are so many questions you have, so many threads to catch hold of, and yet here you are, boarding a ship to who knows where on a journey that will take decades. Reconsider. Is this really what you want? How will you even survive? You suddenly feel dizzy, unsettled. You can make out the concerned look on Lem's face as you hold back. The guards gesture again. Mina's eyes, looking back at you, are so bright in the starlight. I want to see the extra content. You can't do it. You can't get on that ship. You turn away quickly, trying not to look at Lem. You look at Mina, to meet their eyes. You turn away and kick off hard from the guardrail. When you reach the far wall, you turn back. The scene continues in front of you as if nothing has changed. The next set of people are boarding. The crowds are still gathered at the cordon. The sidereal horizon still blinks, its yellow hull bright against the stars. And there are Lem and Mina, gliding up towards the docking bridge. Bag in hand, Lem is facing away, focused on the steady climb, but Mina is in his arms and is facing back towards you. You watch her face, confused, sullen, but twinkling with a growing excitement as Lem carries her forward. As you watch Mina, you think about your future, about the future you might choose. You know one thing for certain. That future is on the eye. You no longer have any enthusiasm for being carried forward by the dreams of others, for grand futures that unfold like angelic wings across the horizon. The future is being made now, on the spinning ring among its people and its systems. You are sure of that. But as you watch Mina disappear into the entrance of the sidereal horizon, and much later when you watch the ship pull away, you feel a sense of longing, a longing to be carried. Not by the systems that spin the suns or the corporations that run the colonies, but by love, towards an uncertain future, just as Mina was. That, you think, is the future you wish to make here on Erlen's Eye. Ooh. Oh, that one hurt. I wanted to go with them, but I've got the DLC or the extra content there. Oh, fuck. This game burns, man. Like, this is a gut puncher of a game. But yeah, I think that's the third ending that I've gotten so far in this. Oh. God, this game is good. Like, the combination of the writing is so good. Oh. God. This game really does deserve all the attention that it's getting. Like, any attention that it gets, it damn well deserves, because this is fucking stellar. Alright, I'd like to continue, please. Oh, that stung. And now Castor's gonna be pissed. But it's like, what do you want, man? I didn't want to do it. A strange choice. Castor stands behind you at the rail, watching the pinprick of light from your sidereal horizon drives disappear. But perhaps not unexpected. You turn to look at Castor is beaming at you with an unsettling warmth. Aren't you angry? About what? He squeezes your shoulder. I only wish for you to exercise that strong drive of yours. If it happens to align with my own, then that is pleasing to me. But if it does not, I cannot punish you. What about Celis? Castor looks out at the stars. I will do my best to follow its progress. He pauses. The Celis Foundation is of more concern. Sendra Celis has taken a step back from the public eye. It seems some internal struggles are playing out within their pristine halls. Castor sighs. But I doubt core politics are of much concern to you. Castor moves down along the rail. The eye, though, that seems to be your primary concern, am I right? I have unfinished business. He pats you on the back. Don't we all? It is the nature of life to leave things unfinished. I have more projects than I can count, so many games still to play and things to learn. May future cycles be as fruitful as my own. Castor turns and starts to clunk away in his mag boots. I will be keeping an eye on you, if you don't mind, Sleeper. He waves as he walks. My curiosity remains piqued. Once he leaves, you stay a little longer at the rail, watching the stars. Imagine the look on Mina's face when she sees Celis 1 for the first time. Imagining the excitement when she first touches its soil, the joy when she first stands outside in the rain, laughing. Those images, though they will not happen for decades, are what will carry you through this cycle, and perhaps the next one too. Oh, God. Oh, man! This game is fucking good. Oh. God! Alright, so the next, we have the final bit. And I mean, I could have left the eye, but I'm gonna end up leaving the eye possibly anyway because of the XPR ship stuff. So yeah, we've got more on our plate. Fuck though, man, that was. Like, if I didn't have the extra content to deal with over on the side there, I would have for certain gone with them. That would have felt like a nice thing, but the bittersweetness of that finale felt something. God, this game's good. This game's so good. All right, let's end the cycle. And then, I don't know, I guess maybe end the cycle again, because I literally have nothing else that I can do on the ship, on the eye, besides wait for that. Could gather mushrooms. Gives me something to do. I did not mean to hit that. Then we can restore the Griol. Fill up our energy. There. All right. I guess we could just probably rest. Like yeah, I've got nothing else that I can do. Literally nothing. Earn some money, I guess. Use up all my rolls. Because, I mean, the eye is going to end up doomed anyway. Sleeper, Peak is waiting for you in the corridor. It's time. Peak looks pale and disheveled, with heavy marks under their eyes and strands of hair sticking to their face. For what? Peak smiles weakly. Nice try, but we can't dodge this. Peak holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. All the data I've compiled on the flux event, the effects of the wave, and the structures that hide within it, is on here. You look at the tiny drive, a casket of dark secrets. I've annotated it to the best of my ability. Anyone should be able to understand the threat of the potential of this, Peak sighs. It makes for grim reading. Without intervention, the eye will suffer a cascading collapse of systems, just like the colonies on Ember Moons. You're sure? Peak grimaces. As I can be, the evidence all points in one direction. Peak looks at the drive. This shadow in the flux, this protocol, is so hard to pin down. It adapts to any countermeasures I've tried to deploy. It's like it's trying to hold water in a cage. It's slipping straight through. There has to be a way. Peak closes their hand around the drive. We need help, Sleeper. This is about everyone on the station. They sigh. We have to set up a meeting to tell someone who can do something about this. Helen? Perhaps, Peak pauses, if anyone can protect the Eye, it's Haven Age. But their internal politics will make it hard for them to act. Will they even listen to us? Or perhaps, Peak adds thoughtfully, we've been thinking about this all wrong. Peak eyes glint. Why make a choice when we can tell both of them? Why pick a side when the only side in this entire thing is one we all need to take? Peak speaks as they think, their words barely keeping pace with their thoughts. We need to resist this together, or we will fail. We need everyone on board, Sleeper. Peak smiles. That is the only way. We send the data to both. You're right. Peak smiles. I'm glad you see it too. They look away. Another flux event is coming. I'm sure of it. And I'm not sure we can survive without help. Peak opens their hand and holds the drive out for you to take. You need to do this, Sleeper. I can't. You know Soul, you know Helen. They trust you. To them, I'm just another spacer, but you are a part of this place. Hearing someone else say it hits you hard. You are a part of the Eye. Peak is right. But right now, that feels more like a weakness than a strength. I've set up a data relay at the cordon. It's neutral ground. Take the data and send it out to Haven Age and the flotilla. Once they receive it, they will come. We can be sure of that. You will meet them here and take them through it all. No one could do a better job. They tuck a strand of hair behind their ear. Come with me. Peak pauses. I can't. It would only draw suspicion on you. Haven Age wants nothing to do with us, and Soul is paranoid at best. Peak tentatively puts a hand on your shoulder. Thank you, Sleeper. I know this is hard, but we have to move forward. We can't keep this to ourselves anymore. They step back, looking thin and pale in the harsh station light. Come talk to me once it's done. And they slip away into the Eye. The cordon. Once you send the data and final series of events on the Eye will begin. After this point, you will not be able to return to complete other drives and other endings. I am ready. I am done. I've seen quite literally all the other endings, I believe. With the data sent, the only thing to do is wait. As you do, you imagine Helen receiving the data, perhaps in the middle of some Haven Age Council meeting. You think of her trembling hands as she slips out of the room to read it, her reaction you can't predict. You imagine Soul, too, one of his crews finding him in some corner of the Pilgrim Seed, overseeing the modifications that will turn it into an ark. Those sharp eyes scanning the data, looking for a way to proceed. The wait draws out, and to pass the time, you watch the activity beyond the edge of the Eye. The scrap shuttles pulling components from the now abandoned cordon, and the supply skiffs making runs between the flotilla ships. It isn't long before you hear the chirping of one of Helen's now familiar drones approaching the viewing platform, and then Helen herself strides into the room. Where did you get this, Sleeper? Helen holds up a slate scrolling with streams of flux data, and she enters. I need to know your source. A friend. You seem to have a lot of friends, Sleeper. Helen raises an eyebrow. But I need this data authenticated. I can't just... She pauses and pushes her hair back out of her face. This is a lot to take in. A shadow protocol inside the flux? The system's KAN channels starting up? A total collapse of the Eye? She rubs her forehead. If I bring this to the council, they'll... She turns away. Stay silent. Do you know what has been happening with Haven Age, Sleeper? She looks away, out at the flotilla. Since the refugee ships started arriving, things have changed. It's chaos. No one can settle on a single issue. There's division at every vote, but in the division, only one group prospers, the hardliners. Because as each counselor gets tired of the arguments, gets tired of the compromise, they become more attracted to the easy answers. The flotilla is to blame. The refugees are opportunists. The Eye must be defended. She shakes her head. And now, you are telling me they brought something to the Eye that will cause the collapse? They didn't bring it. It doesn't matter, Sleeper. That is all the counselors will hear. She closes her eyes, a hand to her temple. Many of them already presume that the refugees are somehow to blame. Did somebody say refugees? Sol clanks into the docking bay, grinning at the situation. Speak of the devil, and, well, here I am. His suit hisses as he settles on his cane. Helen glances between the two of you, uncertain if she has been drawn into some elaborate plan. Sol holds out a hand to her. Sol, he nods. I believe we have spoken remotely while the cordon was still set up. I sent both of you the data. We're all allies here. Sol raises an eyebrow. That seems a little presumptuous, doesn't it? I trust you, Sleeper, but Haven Age has been the one seeking to hold us without charge or good reason. I'm not Haven Age, Helen bursts out, then corrects herself. What I mean to say is, no one person presents Haven Age, that's the idea. Or represents Haven Age, that's the idea. I do not support the cordon, and I did not support the cordon, and I did not support your quarantine. Sol nods. Well then, Sol glances at you. Anyone mind if I get myself up to speed here? He pauses, but you get the feeling he isn't expecting an answer. 1. The flux events, the very same destabilizing waves that collapsed the colonies on the moons of Ember, have reached the station. He holds up a stubby finger. 2. According to data Sleeper provided, these events are acting as a cover for some kind of intrusive protocol, which is causing the real damage. A second finger joins the first. 3. This shadow protocol will do the very same thing it did to Ember's Song, Step, and Hearth, and quickly. In short, it'll shut down everything keeping this place alive. A third finger pops up. 4. And this is my favorite. We have no idea who or what is doing this and why. Sol's final finger joins the other 3. Is that about the total of it all? There's also another flux event coming. Of course there is. Sol smiles thinly. Sounds... Helen pauses, searching for words. Intimidating. Helen turns to Sol. Did you manage to put any kind of resistance on Ember's Hearth? Sol shakes his head. That's why we're here. The Pilgrim Seed was the biggest ship to make it out unscathed. He pauses. I suppose we didn't have this data, we didn't know what was eating up the systems. We all thought it was the flux. Helen looks at you. And I imagine you, Sleeper, or whoever helped you uncover this might be able to figure out a countermeasure? We can try. Helen nods approval. Okay, so that's the start of it. If you'll forgive me, Sol cuts in. Part of why I was able to save as many as I could on Ember's Hearth was that I gave up hope early. Sol shifts his weight, his suit hissing. There were endless strategy meetings, system reboots, tests, and trials, but I just got on with working on Pilgrim Seed, with getting people on board. So when the second and the third and the rest of the flux events hit, we were ready to go. So if I can offer you some advice, Miss Not Haven Age, it is to give up on that line of thought you have, that hope, and to start the evacuation now. Right this cycle. Sol looks out of the observation deck towards the Pilgrim Seed. I've already started the process of converting the remaining volume of the Pilgrim Seed for human habitation. With Haven Age's resources, I dare say we could finish the job with time to spare. Sol scratches his beard. I know it's hard, and I know it's sudden, but you have to give up hope. We have to run. There will be no heroes here, just those that keep living and those that don't. Helen listens in silence, making calculations. She looks out at the bulk of the Pilgrim Seed, which, despite all its vastness, is dwarfed by the eye as a whole. Something flickers in her eyes. She opens her mouth to speak. She stops, frozen. Let me think. Helen rubs her temple. I need a moment. Helen paces as you watch, and as you watch her, you realize how young she is and how lost she is in the systems and protocols she has to navigate. You can almost see the strings and ties that bind her, glinting like webs in the wide space of the observation platform. What's the right call here? Because even if they purge it, I doubt the flotilla will get accepted. I mean, evacuation sounds like the best idea, but it's like, how far can they go? Otherwise the flux might actually happen again just further out. Because if it reached this far... It's a tough call. I'm gonna go with evacuate the eye. Helen freezes. Evacuate. She stares at you with wide eyes. She glances at her slate. The flux data is still scrolling. She glances at Sol, who is patiently watching, patiently listening. If we do this, there will be panic, chaos. Hundreds will die in the rush alone. She closes her eyes. You both act like this is so simple. What other option do we have? She stares out at the ships beyond the cordon, their vast bulks pinpricked by the flares of welding torches and blinking dock lights. Is that our only chance? You both jump as someone loudly clears their throat nearby. Your eyes jump to the dark entryway that Helen emerged from just minutes ago. Who are you? What a cozy little meeting this is. A man steps from the shadows, dressed in the same style of Haven Age overalls as Helen. And I must say, that is some very incendiary rhetoric you are using, Counselor Helen. You glance at Helen and her face drops immediately. Kemp, she curses under her breath. Sol shifts his weight on his cane, but otherwise remains still, like a casual observer. Plotting against Haven Age with an interloper. He gestures at Sol. Everyone will be so disappointed. Kemp smiles a bright smile. Some of the counselors had such high hopes for our youngest member. His smile drops. I, of course, never let novelty distract from the importance of experience. Helen stares daggers at Kemp. Kemp. Enough of this petty shit, Kemp. You need to see this. She holds out her slate with an outstretched arm. The games are over. No more point scoring, no more lobbying. You and your hardliners need to stop. This is something real. Kemp calmly takes a slate and prods the screen, scrolling through the flux data. His face betrays nothing, but you see some complex calculations flickering in his sharp eyes. He gestures, and out of the shadows, 2 Haven Age security officers appear. As they do, both you and Helen take a sharp breath in. They are carrying long, boxy guns. You've never seen anything like them on the eye. Gloss XPR logos glint across their barrels. These are Esch's weapons, confiscated by Haven Age in the smuggling operation gone wrong, and now put to use. Kemp holds up the slate and one of the officers takes it, slips it into a pocket of his vest. He smiles at Helen, then follows her eyes to where they are fixed on the matte black barrels of the officer's weapons. The weapons we confiscated from the spacers. Helen looks at you. From your friends. She narrows her eyes at Kemp. You can't do this. You can't use them. Kemp shrugs. You have just handed me evidence that the flotilla has infected this station with a virus, with a shadowy protocol that threatens the life of every Haven Age member, every person on the eye. He gives Helen a dark look. This is not the time for half measures. Helen steps forward without thinking, and immediately the officers raise their guns. Be very careful there, Helen. I don't think escalating this situation will play into your favor, Kemp sighs. You are in the wrong here, plotting against the Council, hoarding data vital to our work. It's all so obvious. You couldn't win power by Haven Age's systems, by our laws, so you resort to this. Kemp shakes his head. The law is with me. It's as simple as that. So now, you need to come with me. Sol shoots you a purposeful glance. Now is the only move you'll have. Run at Kemp. You rush Kemp, but as you do, Sol twists one of his arms, snapping something in his suit. A burst of pressurized gas jets out, clouding the room in a choking cloud. Somehow, in the gray, your shoulder finds Kemp. He tumbles backwards, pulling you with him. Then something crackles blue through the gray, like lightning inside a cloud. The weapons. The fear takes over, and you stumble to your feet, running from that terrible cracking sound as it whips through the gas. You stumble into another body in a haze, and both of you tumble through a doorway. It's Sol, and you stumble and limp together, mindlessly through corridor after corridor until that crackling sound is no longer echoing in your ears. You catch your breath together, Sol wrenching his suit back into shape and leaning heavily on his cane. I assume that wasn't part of the plan, Sol coughs. Certainly gave some life to proceedings, though. Are you okay? Sol pats at his suit, his hands trembling. As okay as usual. He straightens up. I'll be honest with you, Sleeper. None of this changes anything for me. The Pilgrim Seed will be going in a handful of cycles, whether Haven Age wants it or not. How many can you take? Sol grimaces. I don't know right now. Depends on how the work goes, and who wants to come. People won't want to leave their homes, Sleeper, even when death is bearing down on them. I know that all too well. Sol puts a hand on your shoulder. There's a berth for you, and for any you can gather, Sleeper. That much I owe you. And Helen? Even if she made it out of that, Sol gestures back down the corridor, I wouldn't hold out much hope of her coming around, Sleeper. She's too tied up in all this. It won't let her leave, even if she wants to. He eyes you. Hell, I'd say the same about you, but you have a habit of proving me wrong. Sol glances down the corridor. Now I think we'd better clear out. I'm not sure those officers won't come looking. My crew will meet me at the edge of the cordon, so I'm good from here. Sol leans on his cane. Oh, and thank you, Sleeper, for sending the data. I appreciate the extra info, and I'll see if it can help us shore up on the Pilgrim Seed against any future flux events. We will be leaving as soon as we are able. If you want to help us get there faster, well, you'd be welcome. He meets your eye. If we had you back on Ember's hearth... He pauses, suddenly losing his appetite for discussing the past. Well, he smiles. Just don't keep me waiting. And he limps off down the corridor towards the edge of the cordon. You pause for a moment to let your thoughts catch up. Peak will want to hear about all this. They should be your first port of call. Alright. I need to hydrate. As you enter the climbing briar, you immediately have to jump aside as Esh, lugging a massive crate across the cargo bay, pushes past you, grunting an apology as she does. Reminds me of when we met. Esh sniffs and doesn't look back. As you turn back to the bay, Peak pushes past too. Sorry, Sleeper, just a second. Peak rushes to catch up with Esh. Put that down, please, Esh. She doesn't respond to their urging. We can't leave, not yet. Peak puts a hand on her shoulder. Please, I'm the only one here who can... The crate drops, the sound of its impact echoing around the bay like thunder. Can do what, Peak? Her eyes are burning with anger. Save this place? Are you still that naive? We are running, Peak. We are running because this thing cannot be stopped. It couldn't be stopped at XPR, our home. Why would we stay to stop it here? Because we can, Esh. We can give these people a chance. Peak pleads with her. Like they gave the refugees a chance? Esh shakes her head. No, Peak. This is not us. We barely made it out of XPR. I worked for years to escape, and now you want to throw it all away? I left everything behind. My mother, my friends, to take you out of that place. She clenches her jaw. She turns and slams her hand onto the crate, breathing hard. We go. That's the end of it. Peak turns away. You feel unsure what to do, but you know now is not the time for outside arguments. This is between them. Peak crosses the bay back towards you. I'm sorry you had to see that, Sleeper. They sigh. Let's talk upstairs. Peak leads you up the entry ladder, taking you up to the bay, and taking you out of the bay and into the habitation level of the ship. You follow them through the tight corridors, noticing the handwritten notes, the clutter, the repairs, the signs of a home. Here, sit. Peak gestures to the board mess table with its curved couches, and you slide in on one side. Peak sits opposite. They brush their hair out of their eyes and take a deep breath. So, how'd it go? What did they say? I've been waiting all cycle. Tell them about Haven Age. Peak listens nervously as you explain how Helen doesn't feel she can get support from the Haven Age Council. Shit! Peak looks disappointed. I was really hoping she'd be able to provide some backup. Or at least convince the council. They pause. How did you leave it with her? Maybe we could approach it with more data in a couple of cycles once she had time to process? Tell them about Kemp. Peak looks increasingly troubled as you tell them about the hardline counselor Kemp's sudden appearance, about the XPR embossed guns, and the resulting chaos. You admit you don't know what happened to Helen. Peak is silent for a moment. Those are Esh's guns, right? The ones she smuggled out of XPR on this ship? The ones she didn't tell us about? Peak looks desperate. Yes. Peak's head droops. Esh, Peak whispers to themselves. Peak takes a deep breath. And we can't be sure that Helen can help us at all. If Kemp has taken her, or if the council looks on your meeting darkly, Peak nods briefly, then this is on us. What's on us? Ash is standing quietly in the doorway listening. You don't know how long she's been there for. Peak looks up at her with tired eyes. Sleeper found the weapons you smuggled from XPR. Ash freezes. She glances between you and Peak as if this might be some elaborate joke. Haven Age used them? Ash moved out of the doorway and enters the room. What happened? Peak interrupts. The hardliners within the Haven Age Council used them, Ash, against their own members. Ash shakes her head. Good. Anyone in that corrupt mess deserves what's coming to them. She grimaces. But they should never have laid their hands on those weapons. If I'd have known. Peak goes to speak and then decides not to take the bait. They glance at you. I'm sure you've heard enough of us arguing this cycle, Sleeper. Peak shoots a look at Ash. But our introduction of those weapons into the equation are just another reason why we cannot simply run away. Ash looks away but says nothing. She surely knows they cannot absolve themselves of responsibility here, so what is motivating her? You realize that she still might be trying to protect Peak, even from themselves. Suddenly, a shrill beep fills the room, and Peak pulls out their slate to silence it. But as they do, they freeze, their finger hovering above the screen, the beeping continuing its intense pulse. What? Peak doesn't seem to hear you. They blink with glazed eyes at the slate. Then they let out a long exhaled tap at the screen. The beeping shuts off, leaving a ringing silence behind. Ash frowns at Peak. Planning to explain? 12 cycles. Peak looks vacantly up at you both. 12 cycles until the next flux event. They shake their head. I've been using the arrays on the Briar to look towards the center of the system, to approximately where the CAN channels should be. Just this moment, they detected a signal from the inner system. Given the distance and the pattern of previous flux events, we have 12 cycles before it reaches the eye. The silence in the room is deafening. 12 cycles, that's it, before a second wave hits in this place. Peak interrupts your thoughts. We start now, that's the end of it. Peak stands up to face Ash. You want to take the Briar and run, Ash? That's on you, but I won't do it. They take a deep breath. I'll be here, Sleeper, for every cycle it takes trying to find a solution. I need your help. Their eyes meet yours, and you see a wild desperation flickering there. We will find something. The sooner we have a plan, the better. If it takes us 12 cycles to fix this thing, it'll be too late. Peak's eyes flash with determination. They reach for a slate and pass it to you. So we can keep in touch. You pocket the thin handheld terminal. And Ash? Peak Peak starts, but she's gone, storming down the corridor of the ship on a path to who knows where. You know from experience that it is impossible to outrun your fears, but you get a sense that Esh will try anyway. Peak rubs their red eyes, staring after Esh. Maybe I'll take a moment before we start. They smile weakly, tears of exhaustion gathering in their eyes. See you back here soon, okay? And you slip from the room into the corridor. Peak's quiet sobs now carrying through the ship behind you as you leave. Shit. Hold on. Before I continue, I actually need to use the restroom really badly, so pardon me for just a moment. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright. Back to the action. So, what are we looking at as far as... So one is taking the... is like fixing up with the Soul. But what about Kemp? Nothing? Really? I guess I chose. Yeah, I guess I mean, could we have, though? Like, this is something that Havenage would have had the resources, but... I mean, I guess that's the nuance of this game, you know? Hey. Oh, Lord. As you stop to rest in one of the Pilgrim Seat's cavernous bays, hopping up to sit on a supply crate, you hear a now familiar voice behind you. Sleeper, glad you're now here. Glad you're here. Soul's suit hisses as he clanks up towards you. I knew you'd help us out. We sure do appreciate everything you do for us. Building up to something? Soul shoots you a sideways look. See, that's what I like about you, Sleeper. Straight to the point, no messing. He smiles a sly smile. Soul settles beside you, flinching a little, but making himself comfortable on the crate. Seems the word got out this way or that. He nods towards the welders a little ways off, one of them wearing his shipyard overalls. We've had people flowing in from the eye, looking for a place. In truth, it's more than I thought, Soul sighs, which means more mouths to feed, more bodies to house, more people to protect. Can we do it? Soul frowns. We'll do what we can, as always. I'm not sure any of it can be enough. He looks down. We're supposed to stay here, not keep running. Soul waves away the thought. Don't listen to me. He gives you a sideways glance. Just a tired old man. He stretches. I have something to ask, though. What is it? With all these evacuees, we need a change in plan. He shrugs. Pilgrim Seed can't do it alone. We need others to help out. We can carry them, house them, but that's all. Now you settled down the folks from Ember's Step, and they send us supplies grown in the dust house of theirs. But we could get more. But if we could get more, he nods to himself. And then the song crews, he rubs his chin. What would we need from them is scouting and security. We don't need that docking access of theirs, but we need some careful scavenging. With some careful scavenging, they could be our fleet. These folks, they know you, Sleeper. You earned their trust already. He put a hand on your shoulder. I sent my requests out, and they seem to be complying, but I need you out there making sure the work gets done. Time is our greatest enemy now. Soul stares into the distance. I need you out there speeding things up. Okay. Soul nods. All right, then. He climbs off the crate, his suit hissing as he does. Think of it this way. Either way, you won't have to deal with me much longer. He smiles his uneven smile. Unless, of course, you were planning to come along for the trip. I don't know. Soul winks. I'll leave it with you. Soul waves a hand and starts off towards the bay's entrance, the crackling sound of welding quickly covering up his clanking suit. You watch the workers, the shipyard contractor, chatting among them, already looking like he belongs. You push the thoughts of escape, of home, and of the future to the back of your mind and get up. There's always more to do. You better head to the other ships in the flotilla to see what can be done. The docking axis is in chaos when you arrive. The staccato bursts of welding torches, the shouts of crews gathering, the rapid flow of supplies and kit from dock to dock. You can tell already that news of the flotilla's imminent departure has reached this place before you. Come to join the Exodus, Sleeper? Peter approaches you from one of the working crews, a smile on his face and a lightness in his steps you haven't seen before. What's happening? Peter gestures to the chaos. The singers are rising, Sleeper. Peter eyes you. I suppose you're here on Soul's orders again? He winks at you. Nothing Ember's Hearth likes to do more than ordering people around. You guessed it. Well, Soul has it lucky anyway. His request for us to dismantle the Axis and be in the vanguard for the flotilla's onward journey to the Starward Belt aligns perfectly with our plans. What plans? To leave this damned place, of course. We've been prepping ever since the cordon collapsed. If we can build our escape and make the Hearth ship think we are complying with their orders at the same time, then it's a 2-in-1 for us. Peter shakes his head. Those idiots will never see it coming. You're leaving the flotilla? We are our own flotilla, Sleeper. Peter looks away at the busy Axis. We aren't going to tie ourselves to hurt and step any longer. To heart and hurt? Yeah, heart and step any longer. Why should we? To help them, Peter scoffs. They're taking on evacuees from the Eye. That's what I heard. So how about they help themselves before they ask us to make up for their bad decisions? Peter looks down. Look, nothing against you or your Sleeper, but we have to get out from under the shadows of the Step and Song. And this is the time. Peter grimaces. We won't let the flux catch us again. Not a chance. And for the first time you see fear in his eyes. Want to help us make that leap? Grab a torch and talk to the crew. You're welcome to it, Peter sniffs. Every person here is free to prove themselves. Let's see. Peter nods. Just a stop on the road, Sleeper. I'm afraid that's all this was. Peter glances out past the docking access, through the outer windows to the stars beyond. A lot of space out there for those willing to take it. He looks at you in the eye. I hope you'll be around before we go, but if not, he smiles, stay strong. And with that, Peter thumbs you on the shoulder and heads back to his crew with a purpose, a direction, visible in every step of his rapid stride. And Aki. I knew you'd come. Aki greets you outside the dust house, her eyes as bright as always. You're very welcome here, as always. What are you working on? Aki puts a hand on your arm. Walk with me, and she guides you past the dust houses. You look inside and see other members of the crew working in the orange dust, planting and tending to the steppe ecosystem. We are to be the suppliers for the evacuees. I am sure you have heard. We will put the dust houses to use. She leads you past a dust house where the dust is less, the orange glow not as bright, the air a little more clean. I'm gonna re-roll my stuff, and that wasn't much better. We are adapting, slowly, but we are adapting. We have to produce food, clothes, necessary things for the journey ahead. Excuse me, I had a hiccup. The plants of steppe are once again sustaining a population that makes me proud. And that makes me proud. Aki stops at a half-empty dust house, scoured of its sand, and it is being filled with mulch. We brought this from the Greenway. She stares at the green and brown, a strange sight, even to you now that you are used to the amber dust of steppe. I admit, it is hard work for us. We are not familiar with these plants. Can you help us? I'll do my best. Thank you, she nods solemnly. I know that the eye is suffering, and that it is a risk. I know what that is like. Thanks. I wish I had a lesson to share with you from our loss on steppe. She shakes her head, but for the moment I cannot see what that might be. She gathers herself. If it gives you meaning, the work here is steady and worthwhile. But if you do not have time, she smiles a weak smile, I will not blame you. Hold on to your memories, but not too tightly. She pauses. Sadness will not sustain you. She falls silent, and you both watch the work in the dust house for a while. You can already see a greening fringe of moss on the mulch in the dust house, the first signs of new life. Will you soon be like the people of the steppe leaving behind a home? Or will you be stubborn and hold your ground despite what it might mean? You wait a little longer with Aki. The moment a welcome suspension in time, a rare moment in this rush towards an end. You glance at Aki, and she puts a hand on your shoulder in solidarity. After a short while, Aki sighs. It is good to see you, Sleeper. Perhaps we will see each other again before we depart. She walks away, fingertips brushing against the glass of the dust house windows. Aki turns back for a moment, as if she wants to say something, then thinks better of it and turns away. This is a real tough situation, because it's like they came here to attempt to be free from it all, but the systems here are just so against it, you know? Like the systems here didn't want them, and, you know, bureaucracy kind of is the enemy of progress in a lot of ways. I don't know. But it's like, how far can they sustain themselves before something else comes along? This is a tough situation. Not easy. Alright. So what I should also be doing is gathering some scrap, just so I don't have to... Actually, wait, I'm gonna buy a Why am I not buying stabilizers? I have no need for money anymore. Fuck it, buy all the stabilizers I need. Fuck it.
Fuck it. Yeah. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah. Yeah, you just do that.
Wait. Where's the... Can't I not... Where's the... Oh god, wait. Oh no, that's right, because after I did the quest for the doctor that was helping me, they gave me the only stabilizers that were left because we cut off the access. Oh, well, that's fine, because I've got enough mushrooms to do some more... to get a stabilizer out of it. That's fine. I just forgot completely about the doctor's quest line. There. Alright, so now I have a stabilizer. I also forgot to go get food at Emphasis Stall. I'll do it after I do all this. Yep, okay. I have enough to do this, though. Maybe this will be free energy. Yes. Excuse me. I've had some bad neck pain today. Like, not horrible, just not pleasant. I think I might have slept on it weird, because isn't that the joy of being an adult, where, like, you could have some really irreparably bad back pain just because you sleep on something funny. Gotta love being in your mid-20s. And then... Ow. There. And then once the condition goes down to... my condition makes me go down to 3, I use my stabilizer. Buy up some food. But yeah, I guess maybe that closed the book on the Haven Age thing because I thought of the evacuation. It's just like, I don't know what the right call there was. I mean, at least Lem and Mina managed to make it out. That's the positive out of this, out of that whole situation. There. And another 6. Let's throw that 6 towards... this. And I think we can use our stabilizer now, actually. Because this feels very finale situation. So then we'll do that, and then we can go back to Emphas and get some more food. Once we do that, we'll end the cycle. Wow, I've been going for a minute. My brain's starting to shut down. And then there. Yeah, way more content out of these extra missions. And these were free too. That's the thing. Like, I did not like these were free this is free extra content that I'm playing, and it's been really good. Okay. Now, let's start with the dirt house, because this needs to be done. You sit in one corner of the dust house and inspect your work. This dust house, the one where plants from the greenway and some of the steppe species intermingle, have become your favorite. The moss and dust sharing the space in curving terraces. The pale knots of steep silk freckled with yellowing Lycol symbiotes. I think that's how you pronounce that. It's a hypnotic arrangement. You look down and see the intertwining of fungal threads and dust-caked roots and feel a little glow of pride at what has been achieved. You hear the entry lock of the dust house hiss open and assuming it is Aki, turn to greet her. Hey, Rico! Sleeper. I should have known you'd be here. Rico smiles her warm smile, leaning on her crutch. You must be one of the most green-fingered people in the station. Rico! Now, how long's it? Now, has it been so long? She smiles a wry smile. No need for any drama. I met some of the steppe refugees in the Greenway. They were gathering plants and I confronted them. Turns out they were very friendly, she smiles to herself. Aki was very apologetic, but I told them they were welcome to anything they liked. She told me I'd be welcome to come see, and, well, I thought I'd take her up on the offer. She looks around the dust house where its strange hybrid ecosystem. I have to say, I'm glad I did. You know Aki? A little. She pauses. She's a fine botanist, and an even finer conversationalist. Two rare qualities on the station in my experience. Rico limps over to you. She holds out a hand. How about you take me on a tour? You take Rico's hand and walk her around the hybrid dust house. You show her how the steps silk knots and help provide a strong base for fungal and lichal growths, and how the dust mixes with the spores. You show her the different species of step tubers, and the way they feed the soil with nutrients that helps herbaceous greenway plants thrive. She nods along, her eyes bright with ideas. She stops after a while and gestures for you to sit together. I know something is happening with the eye, Sleeper. She looks out at the plants. We all felt the flux event hit, and everyone is talking about what's next. I came out here to figure something out, to understand what I might do about it all. You glance at her and see the glossiness in her eyes, and I think I have decided. What you have done here, what Aki and the other steppe refugees have done here is incredible. A whole new ecosystem built from the strange artificial change remains of two worlds. But I am not of two worlds. I am of the eye. A tear runs down her cheek. Like it or not, I am entwined with the station. I'm old growth. I don't have much time anymore, and it seems to accelerate with every cycle. She frowns. It blurs together, separates, overlaps, comes back to me in strange ways. The time I do have, that's time I want to spend on the eye, in the greenway, watching things grow. She wipes her cheek. One day I'll lie in those fields and not get back up. She smiles, the tear tracks down both cheeks. And when that green takes me, I'll be so glad. You could leave. Rico nods. You know, Sleeper, when you get to my age, you stop thinking about what you could do and try to better understand why it is you act as you do. I know I will stay. I just need to understand it. She wipes her eyes and turns to you. But that's enough of me blubbering on about it. She furrows her brow. What I want to know is what you were planning. I don't know. Rico smiles. We all have to get to know ourselves, Sleeper. To know what it is that drives us. I'm sure you'll decide to act in the manner you know. But you also have to ask yourself why it is so. She places a trembling hand on yours. Don't neglect that. Oh! She suddenly lifts both hands. Don't let me forget this. She reaches into her coat and pulls out a transparent bag of sporing club heads with carefully preserved root stems. I'd like to plant these. If you go, you'll need them. She looks down at her feet. And if you don't, well, maybe another sleeper will benefit. She frowns. I can offer that at least. I won't need them. She shakes her head, just in case. Rico stands and limps over to a pile of mulch. She delicately takes the club heads out and beds them into the soil there, with precise, expert hands. You should go, Sleeper. I'll be a while. She calls back, not looking away from the job at hand. See you around. She says it casually, but there's a note of finality to her speech. See you around. You turn and leave the dust house, cycling through the protective locks back into the cool quiet of the ship. Aki is waiting for you. It's beautiful. She's looking through the observation window, and the green reflects in her eyes. The plants look happy together. She spots Rico with her hands in the soil. Ah, the botanist came. She shoots you a look. A friend of yours? More than that. She nods. She speaks beautifully about the greenway. I should go in and welcome her. She pauses. Are you leaving us? For now. Aki sighs. The first of many goodbyes. She suddenly embraces you, wrapping you in her layers of rough cloth. She pulls back. I wish you a steady step and a clear path. She smiles. A farewell from my world. I wish you the same. She nods and smiles one last warm smile, before turning and entering the dust house. You watch as she walks inside, Rico turning with a smile to greet her. She kneels beside the old botanist, and you see her pointing to the club heads, asking questions. You are unable to hear them, but despite that, you can easily imagine the measured, even tone laced with excitement that Rico is used to explaining the club heads. The Greenway, and much, much more. You turn, leaving them to their conversation. Your step is light, despite the burdens you carry, and the smile Rico and Aki were sharing is somehow still on your lips as you depart. Oh. God, this game's emotions sting, man. Alright, so then it's these two that are left. Yeah. Yeah, it literally fits. It fits perfectly. The docking axis is a little more than a shell. Everything that could have been pulled from its interior, every arm not used for docking, has been cut away. What remains is a Spartan void with a patchwork of flooring that allows movement. Piles of unusable material are tucked away in corners, but almost everything else has been cleared out. You haven't seen Peter since you last spoke, and now you are realizing you probably never will. There are plans to be made, escapes to plot. The shadow of Hearth to escape. On the cycle the flotilla leaves, these ships will disperse too. The moons of Ember spinning out on different orbits. The chaos has become a quiet diligence now, as the time for departure is so near. Crews cross the axis from ship to ship at speed, bringing supplies or advance, perhaps meeting up to discuss travel vectors in hushed tones, or to debate why they haven't left yet and whether they should. Among the Singer crews, recognizable for their specialist clothing and often shorn heads, not short heads, you see the occasional refugee, a paying passenger, or a replacement engineer or pilot perhaps, come from the eye to seek fortune with the Singers. Most of the crews have 2 or 3 of these additions, some more, and you can't help but wish that, whatever reason brings them to throw their lot in with the Singer's crew, they will have safe passage. You feel a strange attachment to these citizens of the Eye, setting out for the first time. And then one of them catches your eye, crossing the axis of the crew, and carrying a large bag and a nervous look. Tala! You freeze for a second. What is she doing here? She glances around, feeling your eyes on her, and catches your eye. Her face brightens immediately. Sleeper! Tala musters something to her crew and rushes over, dumping the large bag at your feet and embracing you without thinking. What are you doing here? She sheepishly glances at her bag. Sleeper? She pauses. She pauses again, folding her arms defensively. I'm going to the starboard belt. She waits for your response nervously. Well, I don't understand. She sighs. Do you remember me mentioning my family, Sleeper? My brother? You think back to your real blurred conversations in the back of the Bantayan. He came here with me, with my family, when we were little, just after we left Sinza. She bites her lip. He left when we were both teenagers. Jumped on some spacer crew heading for the starboard belt. She sighs. I'm an idiot. She shakes her head. And I'm going after him. She looks down, not sure what to add. Alone? She looks at you. I guess so. I really don't know if it makes sense or if it's the right thing, but ever since I heard that was where the refugee flotilla was going, well, I couldn't stop thinking about him. How did you hear? I work in a bar, she grins. I hear every bit of gossip this place has to offer. Speaking of the Bantayan, she meets your eye. Someone will have the run of it. She leaves a long pause. I mean, I can ask Francis. He'd be happy to. Or one of the others, she blurts out. And of course, if you were leaving with the flotilla or someone else, it'd be totally okay. You wouldn't need to say yes. It's no pressure. It's fine. Whichever way, I was just thinking... I'm not sure. Tala nods. Sure. I mean, I just sprung it on you. But, she glances at the crew she was walking with, who are chatting a little way away. There's not exactly much time. So considering that, she grabs the key hanging around her neck, the key to the Bantayan. Do you want to do it? I can't. Tala nods. I get it. She tucks the key around her neck inside her top. I always do this, leaving everything so late, making decisions quickly so I can't change my mind. She kicks at her bag. It's not on you. She looks up, smiling. If you are going to leave, well, maybe we'll see each other out there. She looks up towards the stars. That'd be nice. Maybe once I find my brother. She stops herself. She looks back at you and smiles. I better be going. She nods at the crew nearby. Not a good start to keep my guys waiting. She lifts the bag on her shoulder. She looks down the curve of the eye towards the overlook. Thanks again, Sleeper, for everything you've helped me with. She nods. I wouldn't have been able to leave if I hadn't made things work here. She adjusts the bag. Dad wouldn't have let me. See you out there. She smiles. Yeah, something like that. Then Tala turns, heading back to the crew who will carry her to the starboard belt. You watch her go, and despite the departure, it's hard to feel sad about Tala. You know her energy will carry her forward, and you hope her brother is somewhere on that bright path. You imagine yourself leaving like Tala, unburdened perhaps, or maybe carrying new burdens. It's hard to tell. Either way, it will be time to decide soon enough. I don't know why Peter's portrait showed up there, but okay. Alright, then we'll do this last one, but first I need some water. They just keep coming. Perhaps the flux event scared enough people that they really believe the eye will collapse. Perhaps they are sick of Haven Age, of the Council's infighting and the hardliners. Or perhaps they just want to take a chance at some new future, a place that is anywhere but here. Whatever it is, the evacuees don't stop. They come on the flotilla's shuttles, on their own ships, however they can. You've seen so many faces pass that they are almost meaningless now. A parade of features that seem both familiar and distant. You've been helping people, lifting bags, bringing in supplies, directing them to the berths you helped build. Some of them recoil from your touch, still unfamiliar with sleepers. Others treat you with pity, some with hate, snatching back their bags and storming off. Still you help. Still you carry boxes and bags. Nothing can stop you. You don't look for Soul. You know he's busy. Just like you, trying to make things work. Trying to fit as many people as will come onto the Pilgrim Seed. You know you will see him before all this is over. You keep working, but there's something in the back of your mind, something eating away at you. You try to push it to the back of your thoughts, but it keeps coming back. The eye is over. That is the thought. The eye, even if the flux doesn't get it, is on its way out. How can it survive when these floods of people are leaving it behind? It's a thought that troubles you, because it makes you question why you have held on here for so long, in a place that seems so temporary for so many people. Are you just a stubborn idiot? Someone who didn't get the message? Or are you strong, committed for lasting the storm, for seeing the collapse coming and facing it head on? Because there is something you are sure of now. This place, like all places, is temporary. And as each face passes you, each family packs up and gets on board the Pilgrim Seed, it feels ever more temporary, ever more fragile. Which means it either desperately needs protecting, or desperately needs to be left behind. The choice is yours. That's tough. That's a tough call. I kind of wish I could skip ahead, considering that I literally have nothing else I can do. And there's literally nothing else new. It's... Oh, shit. I didn't even see this. I didn't realize. I should have really clicked on that a lot sooner, huh? It's fine, though. With my lucky rolls... One more cycle, and we'll see how that goes. I did not realize that. I was so resigned about it, but oops. All right. I'll use a 6. Peak beckons you over to the wide mess table where they have set up a terminal. The hours of bleary-eyed work have left you both drained, and Peak looks ready to collapse. You slide onto the curved couch beside them, something dark and malevolent filling their screen like an oil stain. I'm sick of looking at this thing. Look again. Peak's eyes seem to glitter in the screen light. This isn't what you think, Sleeper. Not by a long shot. You look again at the screen, leaning in close to the dark, curved shape to see its texture. You see whirls and currents like a river, a dark flow unlike the Shadow Protocol's dark tangle. You know exactly what this is. You've swum in this river, almost drowned in its shifting flow. It's the Gardener's Chorus. The dark cloud which blankets the Greenway's networks, the bio-organic morass of a malfunctioning protocol grown vast and strange. The Gardener. Pete glances at you. How do you... They pause. Have you met them? I have. Peak shakes their head. Incredible. Then perhaps you won't be surprised by what I'm about to propose. Peak meets your eye. Everything I have tried to do to contain the Shadow Protocol has been a failure. It slips through any containment, absorbs any countermeasure that, unfortunately, is an unavoidable fact. And yet, the eye still spins. The Shadow Protocol is being slowed, partially contained. It has spread across the station, as we have seen. But in reduced pockets, it fragments. So I started to look outside for test cases. Outside these fragments, we have been poking and prodding in our little lab. Peak smiles, and look at what I found. Peak taps a key on their terminal, and you realize the screen is showing a recording of the data flow inside the eye's networks, sampled from hundreds of points around the Greenway. You watch as a subtle shift occurs at the edge of the flowing dark curve that blankets the Greenway. Something spreading like an ink stain, somehow darker than black, it bleeds across. The Shadow Protocol. Now watch. Peak eagerly points at the screen. You see something strange. A fizzing at the edge of the shadow. A sparking, and then... it's gone. And beneath, for a moment, a millisecond, you see into the networks of the Greenway. You are reminded of an image you had forgotten. Of pulling a plant from its pot and seeing a bone white root ball where you expect to see dark soil. The white connections writhe like worms, and then it is gone. The dark flow closing up as quickly as it opened. It dissolves the shadow. Exactly. Peak nods. It protects itself. It protected itself. You think back to your meeting with the Gardener, to that sense of something old and world, and inhuman to its core. Peak excitedly starts to explain. This is the only chance we have, the only countermeasure we have seen. In the moment it opened, I detected something, a centralized intelligence with the local ID, Gardener. This protocol, this system, whatever it is, can protect its network from the Shadow Protocol. But if it stays in the Greenway, the Eye will still fall. The station systems are too exposed, too spread across the hub, the shipyards, the spokes. Pete glances away. The only way is to break it open, to spread the entity's network, access it. And network access it, expand it somehow. You want to let the Gardener out? Peak stands up and walks away a little. They lean against the countertop, their head hanging so low that their long hair touches the work surface. You hear them breathing deeply. I don't know, Sleeper. They lift their head. I really don't know. Stay silent. You know as well as Peak that this is it. You know it because over the past cycles you have run every simulation, every possibility you could think of, and still come up with nothing. You have stared a hole into your screen and dreamt of that black shadow creeping in at the edges of your vision. Peak recognizes this look in your eyes, the potent cocktail of resignation and anger. Let's say we do it. Peak begins, eyeing you carefully. What do we need? They begin to answer their own question, thinking aloud. I suppose we need to do two things. Find a way to limit or control the Gardener's spread, and then reconnect the Greenway. Peak starts pacing. The idea is coming quickly now. Controlling the spread means preparing the station. Limit the Gardener's network to key systems. We don't want it taking everything. We just need it to protect the station's core functionality. Then, we need to reconnect the Greenway. Hook it back up to the main line of the network. Those systems we prepared, they should connect, and Gardener will spread along the paths we prepared. At least, that is my theory, Pete grimaces. But if we don't prepare correctly, the Gardener might not spread, or it might spread to everything. Pete closes their eyes. And after that, things might get worse. That's the risk. Peak nods. One hell of a risk. Peak sits back at the terminal and brings up a map of the Eye. Rotational control at the hub, life support at the free spoke, power routing at the Haven Age shipyard. They stab at the map with each one, marking them in red. Then there's the central control. As I understand, it is somewhere on the rim. I need to find it. They push their hair out of their face. We see the Gardener in all these places. Peak pauses. But how are we going to do that? Transplant the Greenway. Peak smiles. Of course, the Gardener needs plants to care for. That is what their protocol dictates. They must have been part of the farming management system of the Eye back when Solheim built it. We seed Greenway plants into these systems, and the Gardener will seek them out. Protect them. Peak stares at the map of the Eye. It's a wild idea, but it could work. But... They pause. We need a way into those systems. Haven Age have most of them locked down for safety purposes. We can't just walk in. I know a guy. Peak raises an eyebrow. Someone in the Haven Age system team? Hey, it's Fang! You nod. After everything he dragged you through, you feel like Fang still owes you. Time to pay a visit. Okay, well, Peak looks at you sideways. I guess we should pay him a visit. Lead the way. You both leave the ship, carried forward by the excitement of the plan, and an eagerness to not look at the details too closely. You push any lingering questions to the back of your mind. Time to head to Fang's Bay. Okay, so we need to... I mean, that's an idea. And if it saves the Eye, then yeah. I just don't know how the refugees are gonna act about it. And because my rolls have been so good to me, man, I could not imagine how poorly this would go if my rolls were total shit. That's it. No more wasting time. Peek sighs and pulls out their slate. They crack open a box on the side of the bay's shutter and wire the slate to what's inside. Maybe your friend has a Haven Age pass card or something inside. Peek shoots you a glance. Something they wouldn't mind if we borrowed. Let's wait. Peek doesn't look up. We haven't got time to wait, they sigh. Coming here was a mistake. After a few tense moments, the shutter jerks and begins grinding open. The noise makes you jump. Let's get inside. Peek glances around. Quickly. You slip into the dark of the bay, punctuated by the blinking lights of Fang's piles of servers, somehow even more disordered than before. Peek makes a beeline for the desk at the center. Scattered with tools and components, they flick on a lamp and stare at the mess. Are you sure this person can help us? Yep. You are interrupted by the sound of footsteps from the entrance. Someone has come in behind you. Peek freezes.
I could swear I closed the shutter when I left.
Fang leans on a stack of servers near the entrance.
Must be getting forgetful.
He grins at you. Sloppy. I'm the one who makes jokes. I'm the one who makes the jokes, sleeper. Fang smiles. Don't start. Fang raises an eyebrow.
Thought you'd come rob an old friend? Is that the plan?
We need your help. Fang nods.
You hear about the flux?
Peek nods and is suddenly giving Fang their full attention. Fang smiles, pleased with himself.
I guessed as much. I saw changes in the old system architectures almost immediately. Some of them have been running since the first days of the station, and so when I saw new shifts in logs, I knew something must have happened. These past cycles, I've been doing a total inventory of the core systems, from the hub to the rim. He grins. Surprised myself to be honest. I didn't think I had it in me.
Peek seems unamused. And what did you find? Fang sighs.
That's the thing. There's something all twisted up in the systems and protocols, but every time I look at it,
it disappears. Fang turns to you.
Do they always do that?
Peek ignores him. It's a shadow protocol. It masks itself somehow, bedding into the gaps between the systems, in the negative space. It is slowly filling every system in the station, slowly taking over, and we need to stop it. You need to grant us access to all the core systems of the station. Rotational control, life support.
Fang holds up a hand. Whoa, slow down there. I don't even know your name.
Fang shakes his head.
And you were asking for the keys to the castle? Can't be done.
You can trust Peek. Fang pauses and glances between the both of you.
How long have you known this one, Sleeper? I know I owe you, but I also know that you trust too easily. Sorry to say it.
Peek cuts in. I can vouch for myself. I came to the Eye on the run from the XPR colony Hawthorne with the intent to keep running until we hit the Starward Belt. But since I have been here, I have done everything in my power to protect this place. I've helped to stabilize the refugee flotilla, to investigate the flux, to identify and make a plan to purge the Shadow Protocol from the station's systems. Meanwhile, Haven Age has done everything to stop and slow these actions. I've proven myself as a friend to the people of this station, and not the administration, many times over. And I will not be doubted by someone who wears the badge of this corrupt administration. Peek fixes Fang's with a hard look. Fang looks down at their Haven Age jacket and shrugs.
This is all I have in my wardrobe. Look, I have no love for the council either, friend. But someone has to run this place, and that someone is me.
Fang walks over to the workbench where you are both standing and digs a slate out of the pile of tools.
You want to prove yourself? Show me.
Peek grabs the slate and you recognize the tangled form of a flux node on the screen. Peek immediately starts tapping away at it, its tendrils unwinding in the shadow, just slightly delayed, slipping out of sight. Fang leans in.
Interesting,
he says to himself. Before long, Peek has unfolded the system completely, and it lies splayed out like an unwound ball of string. At the center, with nowhere left to hide, is the dark stain of the Shadow Protocol, visible for all to see.
What now?
Fang asks, his eyes fixed on the screen.
How do you kill it?
Let Peek answer. There's
There's one entity on the station that we have seen purging the shadow. The Gardener.
Fang frowns. Who's that? Some Greenway hacker?
Pete glances at you. More like an avatar of the Greenway itself.
I need to drink more water. Okay. You explain the Gardener to Fang, the feeling of descending into the flowing river of consciousnesses. You explain the network chorus, the non-human collective of voices. You tell him of the farming AI's offer to you, to be networked into the chorus, dissolved in its flow. Then you explain that by granting it access to the AI's major networks, you hope to reinforce them. Fang is silent for a moment. And you want to let this thing out? He shakes his head. That's the kind of stupid plan I'd dream up. He pauses. I like it, he smiles. This place is rammed with weird protocols and forgotten intelligences anyway. What's one more ghost in the machine? We try to limit it, of course, Peak explains. That's why we want your help to access the AI's major systems, to seed some of the Gardener's spores into them, to draw the Gardener's focus to those places. Fang whistles. So the way we save the eye is by growing mushrooms in all the server stacks. He glances at you. Sleeper, congratulations. You found someone weirder than you. Pete goes to argue, but Fang holds up a hand. In it is an All Systems Haven Age pass card with his picture on it. Take it before I change my mind. Thank you. Don't mention it. Fang gives you a look. In all honesty, Sleeper, I was on my way back here to start tearing the place down. The Shadow Protocol had me spooked, so if you're telling me you have a figured way out you might fight it... He looks at Peak. No matter how crazy, then I'm glad to help. He smiles a tight smile. Come with us. No, Sleeper. He looks away. I have to keep on with my work. Strengthen those systems, back up the data. The worst comes to worst, I'll need to rebuild. I won't let this place die. The last pieces of my parents are here, among the data. Goodbye, Fang. Fang embraces you firmly. Stay safe, Sleeper. You take the card and leave the bay with Peak. Once you are outside, they stop you. We should split up. Peak looks worried. We've wasted enough time as it is. Head to the facilities in the hub, the free spoke, and the far side of the shipyard. Seed the Gardener there. I'm going to go find the core control center that's somewhere on the rim. They hold up their slate. I'll send you a message on your slate when I have something. Good luck. They squeeze your shoulder and you exchange fearful looks. You know deep down that Peak isn't sure this will work, but they have decided to act, to move with confidence, and for that confidence, you are very thankful. All right, let's get to action. Is this not what the... Where do I put this stuff? Oh, there it is. Oh, I need to get spores. I'm stupid. So next cycle, need to get spores, and then I can do it. So I need to throw I actually do need to throw mushrooms in servers. Alright, I'm starving, so let's go get food from Memphis. There we go. Alright, let's get... Oh, that was not the right thing. Okay. spores. There. I need one more. Where the fuck is the third one? Oh wait, it was probably in the center. Yeah, this is interesting. Using the gardener to filter out this this protocol. Kind of interesting that it's greenery that saves the day on this, huh? And then continue. As you leave, the slate peak gave you chirps insistently. You check and see a message. Found a possible entry to core facility in the low end. Meet me here, ASAP. Peak. A blinking marker gives their position as on the free spoken side of the main block. Better head to the low end. You arrive at the coordinates given by Peak's slate, a run-down but active corner in the low end where a short glass-roofed alley turns off from one of the main thoroughfares. You wait in the mouth of the alley, leaning against the wall and watching the street lights go by. Children hop across grids scratched into a metal floor, playing games of their own devising, while older residents sit and talk or play tavla. It's hard to believe that all this is at threat. It seems so concrete, so real. How can some intangible protocol erase all of this? As you are watching, a voice calls out to you from one of the tavla tables setting up along the way. You move a little closer and recognize the sitting player immediately. Castor sits, tavla pieces and board ready in front of him, smiling at you. Sleeper, my partner has not arrived for our usual game. Come, please, take her place. He beckons you close. He beckons you over, standing and nudging you to sit down with him. A rematch is in order, and you owe me a game. Almost immediately, Castor begins the game. Everyone on the eye knows how to play tavla. The methodical movement of the counters across their triangular points are already fit for the rhythm of life on the ramshackle space station. Most games begin the same way, with each player moving with independence, focused only on achieving their optimal early game setup, but there is a moment in each game where it becomes necessary to notice the other player, to anticipate the crossing of the counters across the board, a point of contact, when the route becomes negotiation, or when the routine becomes negotiation, and the negotiation becomes conflict. As this moment arrives, this subtle shift in the texture of the iteration, this subtle shift in the texture of the iteration, Castor begins to speak. I find myself surprised by you continually, Sleeper. He looks over his glasses at you. The way you conduct yourself, for example, suggests an anxious refrain, a defensive, protective quality. But in your tavla game,
He pauses to move a counter. I see only risks. I see only risk. What are you talking about? Risk, Sleeper. I'm talking about risk. Risk is of course necessary to play tabla. To move a piece is to expose it. But it should be done with calculation, with proper analysis. Then, if the piece is taken, caster moves a counter, taking one of yours with a practice swap, placing it beside the board, it is already accounted for. But you move forward with abandon, as if risk was just a secondary effect of action, a consequence, not its primary guide. He gestures for you to take your turn. A cause. I play my way. He smiles. Indeed, indeed. That is all I seek. You move your piece. This locks you into being reactive, if you don't mind me saying so. You are responding, which means you are being led. He leans back to consider the board. This place, it mirrors you, Sleeper. It is also reactive. It was born from a crisis, the collapse of Solheim. And ever since, it has been reacting without any central guiding principle. No analysis, no calculation. Just look at our refugee crisis, for example. It is all reaction, all risk-taking, and little risk calculation. At first I found the chaos enlivening, especially when trying to track its outcomes. But now I find it exhausting. He laughs. It always amuses me that this place is literally spun from the rim. Below this very stack of habitation blocks is the most important control facility on the Eye. Spun from the rim, he laughs again. What better metaphor could you find for disorder? His face drops. But why am I telling you that? That facility is precisely why you are here. He smiles an unsettlingly warm smile. You feel a shiver through your body as if something has changed in the air. What is this? No words come out of your mouth. You feel removed from yourself. Watching from behind frosted glass, your eyes dart side to side. Inertia sets in. Castor is still smiling. The risk you are planning to take here, Sleeper, is not yours to take. Castor's tone is unshifted. He speaks as if this is still some casual conversation between passing acquaintances. You are leaping towards a chaotic outcome with no respect for risk. You see, calculating outcomes, that's my specialty. That's why I am here. I was hired as a conduit for risk, as a collector of data that might pertain to its arrival. He removes his glasses to clean them. You see something flicker across their surface, a shimmering stream of characters. This system, this station, is already theirs. Solheim's collapse meant a corporate fire sale. Assets changed hands. My employers, Senate bought out the entire system, and for the past decades have been its one valid owner. He polishes his glasses diligently. But to possess this system, the H1 system, he pauses, Helion to you, well, that is a matter of risk. How much force, how much cost, how much conflict a clearance would take. He replaces his glasses. That risk must be calculated against the favorable outcome. In short, how much is this place worth to us? For a long time, the answer was nothing. H1 could offer nothing that would warrant the risk. But the markets changed. The demands shift. And Senate we analyze, we follow, we respond. He puts his glasses back on his face. H1 is about to become the most important system in this part of the galaxy. He glances around. The lone con channel, KAN channel operating within range of 7 or so newly surveyed resource-rich systems. The frontier town that feeds the gold rush, so to speak. So here we are, re-evaluating the risk, reclaiming our property, starting up the KAN channel and clearing the way for what comes next. He sits back looking at the board. He gestures. Your move. You will kill thousands. You manage to force out the words. Castor looks a little surprised. I'm an analyst, Sleeper. I will do nothing. He shakes his head. Senate as a corporate body, will take the required actions. Of course, I do not need to explain myself to you, but in the role as an analyst in my calculations, I see great promise in you, in your ability to enter systems, to shift them to your will. Not every sleeper has this capacity, I assume you know that, he smiles. It truly is a wonder happenstance of SNARP's technology. I imagine even they are not fully aware of it. He takes his move, claiming another of your pieces, and as you watch, you realize the inevitability of his victory. I will make you an offer, to come willingly or come by force. This station will collapse, we can be sure of that. But your ability to work with data, for an analyst, that is very intriguing. He pauses to push his glasses up his nose. Very intriguing indeed. He glances around. Come with me as a collaborator or as a prisoner. Consider the risk. On one hand, almost certain death. On the other, a possible future. Analyst or not, you must see it. Speak now, Sleeper. The game is forfeit. You must see that. He holds out a hand. You are of value. You are needed. You feel a slight release in the inertia that grips you, enough to allow you to speak, to respond. You realize that you are already in Castor's hands, that you cannot move from this place if you wanted. Sleeper? You hear the familiar voice above the crowds. Sleeper, I'm here! You are unable to turn your head to see Peak, but you notice Castor's eyes following them as they come up from behind you. Then you see Castor's eyes glance down towards his hands, concealed beneath the table. Sleeper! Peak comes around the front of you and waves a hand in front of your face. We were supposed to be meeting, remember? They glance at Castor. I'm sorry to interrupt something? You cannot speak. Castor shoots Peak a wide smile. Hello. Hello, you must be a friend of Sleeper. You watch one of his hands lift, close to his body, some dark shape concealed in it, a weapon. You try to scream, to shout, but Castor's attention remains partially on you, and while it does, you can do nothing. Peak glances at your static form. What's happening here? Sleeper? They put a hand on your shoulder. Are you okay? As Peak stares into your eyes, you see Castor behind his hand lifting, the dark object unfolding, and in the split moment it does, you feel his attention shifting to Peak, shifting away from you. As you feel the inertia lifting, and you know this is the only moment you have time to act. Shove. You lunge forward wildly like a sprung trap. Your head strikes Peak's chest and then carries them back into Castor. Somewhere, some digital screech is echoing through the walkway. They tumble together, and the object in Castor's hand skitters across the floor. You realize the screech is you. You get to your feet, grab Peak, and run. You run as hard as you can, the scream chasing you down the hallway as you shove through the residence. Peak dragging behind. You run from the cold grip of whatever power Castor had over you. The signals that locked you into this body of yours, that broke the connections and crawled up your spine. Eventually you stop, both you and Peak collapsing heavily, breathing in the cold metal floor. When they are able to speak, Peak asks you to explain, and you tell them everything Castor told you. About Senate, about their claim on the Helion system, their reactivation of the KAN channel, the Helion system's growing importance. It flows out of you in desperate gulps, unable to believe your own mouth as you hear these words coming back to you. All you feel is the need to push back against the cold hand on your shoulder, the vast cold eye that has turned to look at this system, the ghost limbs of corporate control that are extending their reach. Peak is quiet for a long time. They speak. We have to finish this, Sleeper. They meet your eye. We have to complete the seeding of the systems. We have to set the gardener free. It's too dangerous. If the choice is between Gardner and these people, I will choose Gardner every time. Their eyes are cold and steady and steely. I would choose anything over them. You stand together. The final control facility is here. I found it. Peak looks at you grimly. I can take you as soon as you are ready. The time's almost up. This is the only shot you'll have. Alright. Alright, well, we need to rest. Oh, fuck it all. Like, I should stop being stubborn about going to the Greenway apartment. That has not been doing me any favors. Okay. And then... we continue. Ooh. I should get some food. Ow. Alright. Get another cycle in. We can get it. I think we can. Oh, yeah, we can get it now. But first, we need to eat. And with this, we will be done with this little situation. Sleeper, here! Pete calls to you from across the flickering corridor. An elevator to the core! They smile. This is it. It has been a long set of cycles hunting for a path through the derelict layers of old Solheim offices and workshops, but finally, here it is, the path down to the core. You rush over to Peak. As you do, the doors grind open, the dingy-looking elevator flickering as you do. You look at Peak, who nervously gestures for you to get in. Step in. The elevator bounces a little, but stays stable. You glance back to see Peak watching you nervously. They follow you in sheepishly. Just a little nervous. Peak reaches over and punches the button for the lowest level, flinching a little as the doors grind closed. The elevator sets off, screeching through the floor as it does at an unsettlingly loud volume. I'd feel more comfortable if we spoke. Pete raises their voice over the noise. It's not going to be a short trip. How's Esh? Peak pauses. I was thinking more like small talk, elevator talk. They sigh. She is packing. They rub their eyes. Once Esh has set her mind on something, well, you know her now. You know what I mean. The screeching of the elevator fills the room. Will you leave with her? Peak thinks for a moment. I don't know, Sleeper. I honestly don't know. Part of me wants to run, to keep running for as long as I can. I'm used to that. But another part is done with that. Is done with denying my past, my history. If I ever want to feel complete, to feel settled, don't I need to somehow resolve the person I was with the person I am now? Pete goes quiet, and you do too. There are too many possible questions, too many possibilities before you. It just seems easier to get on with the task at hand and leave the consequences for later. The elevator screams to a stop and the doors ping open with a strangely cheerful beep. You glance at Peak. Time to move on. You both walk out into an atrium, still lit by some ragged-looking light panels on the ceiling, once simulating a summer sky, now degraded into a flickering blue and white tapestry of glitches. Pete crosses quickly, making a beeline for the large doors on the far side, where you can make out a faded sign in massive peeling letters, Central Control. You follow, helping them lever open the partially powered doors until the motors kick in and they spring to life, thudding open. You and Peak tumble through across the damp metal. As you stand, you are greeted by flickering lights, thousands of them. A vast cylindrical stack of servers, processors, and transmitters dominates the center of the room, its flickering LEDs reflected in the scattered puddles that surround it. Despite the decay, the warped panels and water leaks, it's still running, just as it has for decades and decades, since the station was first spun up. You wonder how long it has been since anyone has been in this room. You exchange wide-eyed looks with Pete. This place is a still living piece of history. What now? Pete takes a handful of mulch out from a small bag. It glitters with spores. Now we seed this place. They cross to the server and start packing the mulch into the machinery, pushing fistfuls deep into gaps in the paneling, laying it across hardware. As you watch them doing this, you feel a tug, a thread pulling at you. You approach the vast piece of cylindrical hardware that Peak is stuffing mulch into. You run your hands across this plated metal surface and watch the lights blink in response. As you pass, you hear a whirring like a physical disk drive starting up. Lean closer. You put your face against the metal, smell the hot air venting from the hardware. Heart was the right choice of word, you think. The whirring shifts, alternating, speeding up, slowing down. As you listen, you hear it, modulating into a voice. Sleeper, you freeze. You are here. For a moment you are afraid, but something in the tonality of the voice is similar. Navigator. Another drive spins up and another, giving the voice a richer, more tonal sound. I had forgotten what it felt like to speak like this. The driver skipped. There is a certain quality to it, or a certain physicality. Why contact me like this? The drivers squawk in unison. Did you imagine the flux, the shadow protocol, that they were just a problem for the people of this station? A high whining begins. They are all the more dangerous to us. I have been hiding once more, jumping from network to network to avoid the shadows as it eats up nodes. A low rumble. I had thought my hiding days were done. For the moment, I have found myself a safe haven in the core. The shadow has yet to breach this facility, although that is a temporary state of affairs. The rumble stops. My predictions do not point to good outcomes. That's why we're here. To explain that. You explain to Navigator about Peak's plan, about Gardner's resistance to the shadow, and how by seeking key systems you will protect them from its advance. The drives hum thoughtfully as you speak. A desperate plan, the drives were, but appropriate given the probability of the total collapse. I am not sure what will be worse for us. Hiding from the erasure of the Shadow Protocol or the assimilation of the Gardner. The drivers paused to reset, but we owe you our freedom. I will do what I can to guide the Gardner into the systems you have seeded. A pause. It is correct to do so. Thank you. The drivers squeak in affirmation. You have a notable persistence, Sleeper. Even with such poor probabilities of success, I will be curious to see the outcome. The drivers squeal, the monitors giving out. This cannot be sustained much longer. Go, I'll be fine. The final squeak of affirmation, and then the drivers skitter and slow to a halt. You step back from the towering cylinder, staring at it, this vast piece of Solheim hardware. This whole place is built from ghosts, you think. from old protocols and company hardware, from engines that drove decades of corporate expansion. Is the eye proof that they can be shifted, bent, forced into new configurations that allow for new ways of living? Or is its inevitable collapse proof that these engines of expansion can never be anything other than a corrupt foundation? It seems to depend on who you ask. Done! Peak shouts break your line of thought. The heat and damp should help the spores germinate quickly. If we are lucky, there's enough time for some growth before we reconnect the greenway. They glance at you. That's it. All the facilities seeded, they say. We either just ensured the eye's survival, or stuffed a whole lot of soil into one of its most important computers. They laugh weakly. Shall we go? They start to head back towards the doors in the elevator beyond. Take one last look. You wait for a moment, following the blinking lights. You wonder what might be tucked away in such a structure, what secrets it might hold, what histories. It's an intriguing prospect, but while you watch the lights, you realize something. If the eye is to become anything more than an offshoot, a temporary structure, it must form its own history, its own stories, stronger than anything that came before. Unlocking these Solheim secrets won't do that. But the persistence, the stubborn drive to survive that is in the veins of every person in this place, that will. That is what you are trying to save. You turn your back on the core and follow Peak back to the elevator. As you ride the car back up, Peak raises their voice over the screeching. I'm going to the Founder's Gap to finalize the connection. The moment I'm ready, I'll let you know, and we'll let the gardener out. The sooner the better. Peak furrows their brow. If we wait until the final cycle, it'll be too late. If you want to help speed things up, go work with the flotilla. We can't make the connection until we know they are ready to go. Peak swallows. Unleashing Gardner could affect them too if we aren't careful. And what happens then? Peak shrugs. I honestly don't know. Maybe Gardner takes over the station. Maybe they don't even react. They sigh. I can't think about it any longer. You ride the rest of the way in silence. When you reach the top, you go your separate ways, but before you do, Peak embraces you, burying their face in your shoulder. You stand there together for a moment, spinning with the eye, moving relentlessly towards an unknown future, and then they let go and slip away, the pressure of their hug fading like a bruise as you begin to leave. All right. So what I'm gonna plan on doing Alright, it's not the last cycle. Where do I meet Pete? Where do I meet Peak? I don't know. See if I can get Gardner's attention. Nothing. I mean... the quest is done. I mean, we waited, well, I guess last cycle may be like the last one before it completes or something. I don't know. Yeah, one more scrap and we'll repair ourselves a little. Stave off the loss of another roll. There we go. I think that's it. I... Where do I find Peak? I mean, the refugees are already helped. And there's nothing much else we can really handle here. Yeah. Let's buy food from Memphis, I guess. Hopefully I'm not gonna fuck up by not doing anything else, like, because there's not much else to do. So, how's about we harvest some mushrooms? Never mind. How's about we get some scrap and repair our condition? Ow! Once we repair our condition, we'll have some more rolls. I mean, might as well. There we go. Then we can sunbathe to get some energy. Peak's slate chirps in your pocket. You take it out. A message. The connection is ready. Meet me at the Founders Gap, Greenway side. Peak. You clench your jaw. It's time. You find Peak waiting for you near where you first met at the entrance to the docking tunnel for the Founders Ferry. They're leaning beside a wall in the flickering light, and you realize now how different they look when you first met. There's a darkness around their eyes, a sense of exhaustion to their pose, but also a solidity, a sense of purpose and self-knowing. They look concrete, for want of a better word, solid. Sleeper, they spot you, and a smile crosses their face. Glad you came. Wouldn't be anywhere else. The smile grows. Crunch time. They shake their head in disbelief. Let's go. The break in the connection is up ahead. They walk away from the docking tunnel into the ragged, half-crushed corridor that descends into darkness. They poke their slate, and torch flicks on, lighting the way ahead. As you descend the layers of the broken edge of the eye, Peak talks, filling the silence. I had to hunt all over this part of the eye to find the point where the connection was broken. They run a hand along the buckled metal of the wall, stooping under the angled ceiling. This hole, the gap, got knocked in the eye when Solheim collapsed. It's impossible to tell who did it, but my guess is they tried to scuttle the eye. If Solheim couldn't keep hold of their fancy new station, well, no one could. Peak ducks through the fractured passageway with hanging wires like vines. So this place has always been on borrowed time. I've managed to weave together the old connections and run a new patch down to where the main line still runs through the remaining ribs of the rim. They smile. Just like keeping those old XPR platforms running. Esh would be proud if she'd bothered to help. As Peak goes quiet, the corridor opens into a wider, twisted passage with compartments on either side thick with wiring. Here, this is the connection point. You can see where Peak has levered off a panel and hooked up a thick cable to the existing hardware. As thick as a tree trunk, it snakes off into the dark ahead, its yellow rings making it look like some huge and exotic serpent. You did all this? Peak nods. It was an interesting challenge, plus it helped me keep my mind off things. Peak smiles a weak smile. There's a lot I'd prefer not to think about. You both stand there, staring at the point where the new cables meet the old one. The ends separate, fitting with multi-pinned male and female connectors and braced inside a metal framework with a scissoring mechanism. Bringing them together, seal them, and the greenway will be connected to the rest of the eye for the first time in decades. Peak shifts their weight onto one hip, pushing their hair out of their eyes. I feel like this should be more momentous, like there should be some ritual or ceremony. They pause. Or something should stop us from doing this crazy thing. Are we sure this is right? Peak looks at you with mild panic. Seriously? They laugh. You know what, Sleeper? Just stand back. Peak shakes their head. If it's the flux or this, well, I choose this. They hold both sides of the support framework, ready to scissor it closed. Here we go. Peak wrenches the framework closed. The connectors thunk together with a sound that echoes down the ruined corridor into the dark on both sides. Both you and Peak wait with bated breath, unsure what it is you are waiting for. Do you expect the eye to suddenly stop spinning or lurch on its axis? For the power to go out, or a shockwave to run through the corridors of the rim? You meet Peak's eyes, and suddenly they burst out laughing. What are we waiting for? They put a hand on their forehead. I feel like we just planted a tree and are expecting it to burst out of the ground. They shake their head. But you feel it. You feel it flowing like a stream that has been released from a cave and rushes into the sunlight, crystalline and clear. You swear you can hear it running in the wires like water, like rain, like stream, or like steam. It doesn't roar or rattle, but it rustles and rides. It rides there, like liquid roots. Peak sees the look in your eyes and stops laughing. You can see it, can't you? You can't see it, not with your eyes at least. But it is everywhere. And now it is out. It can't be put back in, that much is clear. You imagine the rim of the eye like a sponge, like soil, soaking up the gardener and its chorus, the gaps filling with a burbling, constant growing life, not growling. Peak stares at you, waiting for something. Anything. Gardener's free. Peak nods slowly and closes their eyes. They go to speak, but the words fail them. Suddenly, Peak's slate chirps. They jump and scramble for it, almost dropping it in the process. But when they stare at it, a look of confusion crosses their face. What happened? Peak's mouth falls open. It's Esh! It's Esh. They swallow. She's leaving. They look at you with panic. Before you can speak, they have turned away and moved back up the passageway back towards them. Wait! They don't turn, don't respond, and you watch their silhouette lit by their slate torch disappearing rapidly around a corner. You take out the slate Pete gave you and turn on the torch. The wires all around you look like pale roots in the harsh light as you turn away from them. They are gardeners now. You work your way back through the corridors, retracing your steps. You imagine Peak panicking, running towards the cordon, realizing that their greatest fear has come to pass. You wonder if they will be able to persuade Esh to stay. If Esh is going, you think, then the flotilla must be leaving too. The thought makes you shiver in the darkness. You push it away. You're not ready. You focus on avoiding the hanging wires, the low ceilings, and make your way back out into the lit corridors of the Founder's Ferry Dock. Castor is waiting for you. He holds up his hands. Now, Sleeper. No need to fear. He raises his eyebrows. I understand now it was my mistake to try to force you. A miscalculation. Why are you here? Good question. Good. Questions are good. He pushes his glasses up his nose. I'm more than happy to answer any you may have. I won't hold you here, Sleeper. Castor stands to the side, but I wish to speak. Listen. You stop, giving Castor his opportunity. Castor nods. At first I thought that, if you'll excuse the turn of phrase, taking possession of your particular talents was the opportunity. He smiles a broad smile. But you are more than that, and I understand that now. Your arrival on the station, your ability to touch the networks, this makes you the very definition of a wild card. He touches the rim of his glasses. Senate stats analysis, my analysis, we could never have accounted for you. This system, the Helion system, is about to experience a significant change, about to open up the Senate stat bailiffs, Conway's claimants. I thought I was about to say climates. Conway's claimants, and every industry and element an active KAN channel brings. Yet this very cycle, you let another wild card free, the Gardener. I have to admit, this development makes me afraid, Sleeper. It makes me afraid of what an intelligence like this will sacrifice to protect itself, or what atrocities it might commit through madness. And yet, Castor's eyes glint. What a compelling object such an intelligence is. Let me protect you. Mark you out. Keep stat from eliminating by force or legal expediency. Eliminating you or legal expediency you as long as they will with every other squatter on this ring. Castor clasps their hands together, and in exchange, when Senate Stat comes for this place, you facilitate the handover. You calm the protocols. You give us the Gardener. Piss off! Castor takes off their glasses and polishes them. Disappointing. You begin to leave. As you approach, he speaks quietly, an urgent whisper. I do not wish to see you lost. You are of great value. If you ever want to see that realized. You push past, ignoring him, and his voice fades. The last you see of him is his slow nod, perhaps a mark of resignation, or just another differential gesture aimed at manipulating your response. It doesn't matter either way, you're done with him. You head towards the cordon. Peak and the flotilla in the front. Peak and the flotilla in the forefront of your mind. Alright. You arrive into chaos at the cordon. The final shuttles are leaving the ramshackle docks that have formed along the edge of the gap during the flotilla's stay. As they do, groups of evacuees push on board, hoping to be among the final people to escape from the eye. The fear created by the Flux event became a series of rumors, and those rumors have driven many out of their homes. Others have staunchly doubled down on their position on the eye, refusing to accept any gossip of a second collapse. You are unsure of what you think. Is the collapse a certainty? Will Peak's actions this cycle have changed anything at all? You're tired of these questions, and instead set out to look for your friends. You quickly spot Pete and Esh at the far side of the chaotic bay. You quickly make your way through the crowd, slipping between the gaps and the rushing evacuees, stepping over bags and luggage. Progress is slow, but as you approach, you can hear their voices over the crowd. You try to push closer, but there are many evacuees gathered around them and their shuttle. You have made your decision, Pete, and it puts you against me. Esh is standing with one foot on the boarding ramp while Peak argues with her. The evacuees are eyeing them, eager to intervene but intimidated by Esh's evident strength and attitude. Esh, it doesn't have to be like this! Peak looks desperate, tear tracks already on their cheeks. We can find a way! Esh shakes her head. I have always protected you, Peak. I have taken you under my wing. But I understand that you are not mine to control, and you have chosen to be here and not with me, despite everything. I've chosen to stop running, Pete cries out in frustration. You can choose to stop running too. We can stay here and try to live. Don't you remember what it feels like to live, Esh? Esh turns away. I remember what it was like to live in Hawthorne. What it was like to be worried for your safety every cycle. To live under the control of my mother, of the administration. To work to maintain something that no one wanted, no one needed, so that our corporation could maintain a foothold in this system. You talk as if this place is the very same system is any different. In the very same system is any different. What is there here but the same grind, or other masters for employers, administrators, for those who gain from our struggles?
There may not be a corporation controlling the eye. There may not be a corporation controlling the eye, but there is control. There is power in action here. So what then? Peak shouts. You run from anyone or everyone who could ever be close to you in search of freedom? In search of some perfect place where no one has power over you? Peak is crying openly now. I want to be a part of something, Esh. Even if it is broken and suffering. Even if it cannot be free. Esh pauses and takes a deep breath. She nods, her eyes closed. This isn't Hawthorne anymore. We aren't tied by our childhood or by our shared need to escape. We are both just people in this system. She opens her eyes. I release you, Peak. You are free of me. Esh, please! They hold out a hand. There is a life here if you want it. Esh turns and smiles at Peak, her eyes wet now too. Then you live it for me, Peak. I can't. And she climbs up the boarding ramp, the evacuees taking their chance to climb on board too. You watch as the shuttle closes its ramp, lifts off, and leaves the bay. The crowds are dispersing now as they get onto the shuttles or say their goodbyes and move back into the main part of the cordon. You push past the last of them to reach Peak. Peak doesn't turn as you come closer. Sleeper, Esh is gone. Stay silent. They turn to face you. I'll miss the Briar, but she'll serve Esh well. I know that. Sleeper! The shout takes you by surprise as you turn to see Sol coming across the bay towards you, the last two shuttles loading up behind him. He reaches you, his suit hissing as he does. Can't believe you'd make an old man run across the bay to get you. He pauses to take a breath. The Singers have gone. They left at the start of the cycle. They broke away from the flotilla. You smile as you think of Tala, safely cradled with one of those Singer ships on her way to the Starward Bay, and hopefully a reunion with her brother. Godspeed, Tala. What are you smiling at? Sol interrupts your thoughts. They forced our hand. We have to leave now. Sol shakes his head. If we follow close enough behind, maybe they'll end up being our scouts anyway. I reckon any hostile spacers out there will give them a wide berth. Pilgrim Seed will need a little time to make our way out of the cordon, but I'm heading back now to get her started. Thankfully, the set ships are sticking with us, so we'll be plenty well supplied on the journey for the belt. He pauses. Anyway, I didn't plot all the way here to tell you that. Sol looks between you and Peak with a raised eyebrow. It's now or never, Sleeper. I'm good on my word, and I kept a berth for you. But this is your last chance to take it. He scratches at his beard. Make a call. I'm gonna drink before I continue. Some water before I continue. You glance out at the flotilla beyond the bay, beautiful in the light of the Helion's sun. Beautiful in the light of Helion's sun. You think of the long journey to Starward Bay, to the Starward Belt, of the people inside the Pilgrim Seed, of the possible futures that await. Then you think of the people here, on the Eye, of Peak beside you, of the small shifts yet to come, and the routines that ground you, of promises and possibilities. I'm thinking, yeah, we've established a life, and it's a good one. Not a perfect one, and not one that probably will last if this Shadow Protocol ended up being the thing that kills it, but it was a life.
You open your mouth to speak and realize this is the final time you will make this choice. You have to be sure. I'm staying. You say the words. And the moment you do, the weight of it all seems to descend on you. You stumble a little and then stand straight, refusing to be crushed. You feel a tightness in your chest and a haze blurring your thoughts. Soul nods. Good luck, he says. You'll need it. He grips your shoulder and meets your eye. In the haze, his pitted and roughed hands feel so real, so detailed that it grounds you. And then it is gone. The soul goes with it, quickly moving to the waiting shuttle. As he does, you watch, unable to speak, your whole body pulsing. And then another hand falls on your shoulder, and it grounds you once more. You turn to see Peak's bright eyes. Let's go, sleeper. You nod, and seeing how unsteady you are on your feet, Peak puts an arm around you and steers you towards the entrance to the bay. As they do, you hear the roar, feel the wind. As the shuttle lifts off and angles towards the flotilla, you don't turn. Instead, you keep your head down and focus on each step. As you do, you feel Peak beside you, holding a little of your weight, and you hold a little of theirs. This is how it will be for many cycles after you both leave the bay and head back into the eye. You will both hold things for each other, remind each other of the choices you made, remind each other of why it is important to keep going despite the moments when it seems impossible. You will keep each other going. That support will be vital when the second flux hits the eye. The flux event hits the eye. When it knocks the entire free spoke off the power grid, making the whole station lurch with a sickening motion. When it cripples systems and corrupts processes, leading sections of the station to go dark or start venting oxygen. When holding on is all you can do, while the world seems to come apart around you. And yet, somehow, the eye will persist. Systems will resist total collapse in ways that will seem inexplicable to many. But to you, and to Peak, they will signal the awakening of a new force within the station. That new force will bring with it new challenges and new possibilities in equal measure. Strange growths will be reported all around the station in the wake of the flux event, fungal crusts pushing through pipes and wiring. The eye will go wild and fecund? I don't know that word. Becoming a station of increasing unpredictability, prone to a seasonal rhythm of spore clouds and sudden growth spurts. There will be a strange and unsettling beauty to this paradigm shift, as the greening of the station turns it from a corporate ruin to some altogether new assemblage of biological and mechanical structures. Rika will take on this challenge with energy that seems impossible for her age, and until her final day she will delight in the new mysteries the eye and its gardener produce. And as this new era consolidates around the station, you will find yourself back in the rhythm of odd jobs and loose contracts, working to keep the eye running and your own needs met. But now, many residents will call for you specifically, and before long you'll be known as a fixer, a helper, a friend to many. However, into all this newness, the bad old ways will still intrude. Senate Stat, frustrated by the eye's resilience, will begin to send more physical threats, and supply ships and traders will suddenly stop arriving, stopped by a blockade of corporate militia. Life on the eye will be punctuated by wide-channel broadcasts from Senate Stat stating legal precedents and quoting deeds of ownership, staking a claim on the system. Meanwhile, Haven Age will consolidate their power around the hardline group led by Kemp, but this will push them further from the people of the Eye. As they decay, new forms of station administration will rise, though the hardliners will persist as a dangerous force. As the cycles roll on and the threats gather, new broadcasts will join them, sent by Conway Extractions, making counterclaims on assets within the Halion system, and many on the Eye will grow quiet, losing their appetite for debating these political machinations as they tilt inexorably towards a corporate war. And ever on the Eye will spin, growing now in strange ways, haunted by strange new growths. by hosting cultures of increasing resilience. As the Helion system descends into crisis, you will find comfort in the fungal patterns, the familiar conversations, the spices, and the smells that will accumulate around you as your body continues its unavoidable decay. They settle around you, like a veil, and in time it will be impossible to see the eye without seeing its many variants and versions, pasts and potential futures. And this masking of the world will mark your approaching end. And one cycle far from now, that accumulation of memories, of tastes, of people, and places and moments will be the last thing you let go of. But for now, there is only you and Peak, arms around each other, walking slowly out of the bay, two figures born of crippled systems linked together, continuing despite your origins. And in this frozen moment, you focus on only the next step, because that is the only way you have learned to persist. And to persist is to believe that a future, any future at all, is possible. Oh. And that's our final roll credits. 6 hours later. Holy shit, I thought I was only gonna get like 2 max. Oh. What a game. Well, I'm tired, and I'm exhausted from all the reading, but despite all that, I really enjoyed that. That was wonderful. Wonderful. I haven't really done a blowout finale like this in a while. Although again, I will keep saying it, I have yet to find a stream finale that will dethrone my Yakuza 5 finale. That shit will still be the reigning king. Like, shy of doing some kind of weird marathon thing, I don't see myself ever doing something like that again, but this was a good time. You know, are aspects of this game not for everybody? Yeah, but I just think the unique way that this game tells its narrative and how it conveys the themes of its story and just its character writing, all stellar. All stellar. And with the second game coming out next year, I think, it's like, shit. Color me excited. But yeah, that's gonna be it from me. I'm ready to, I don't know, have some kind of dessert or something. I'm tired. But hopefully you all enjoyed yourselves. Yeah. That's gonna be it from me. No real other things to add. Stay hydrated, keep your postures checked. Any game updates for stream, I'll make sure to let you all know. But yeah, hope you all have a good one. Bye.